Matt Dilla Monkey. You like those female monkeys with bananas between the trees, hanging down, upside down, frown. It's a smile.
Dilla Monkey, you climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate? You ran from Andrew and from me. Matt Dilla Monkey, you like they female monkeys with their bananas between their trees, hanging down, upside down, frown. That's a smile. That's a smile. Matt Dilla Monkey, what you doing to me? Dilla Monkey, Dilla Monkey. What you doing to me? Dilla mother monkey. Dilla monkey. Oh, monkey. Oh,
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises.
Turn website layouts into an art.
That end part cut off too quick. I was into it. It's all right.
y'all feeling it?
Y'all feel it?
Y'all
feel it?
I feel it. I need an alien to work for me. I need an alien.
Now I'm afraid today
I need an alien to work for me.
that we're not gonna get enough peeps coming in. We're not gonna get enough peeps. We're gonna get too many creeps. But creeps are also peeps. I don't know. Unblock who? What are you talking about? I find I have a very good sense of blocking. People are always like, why are you blocking him? And then it turns out that dude was a complete retort. And I was justified. I was a justified ancient Amumu. Blocking appropriately. Anyway. What is that alien? That alien thick right there.
I need an alien to twerk for me.
Anyway. What are we going to talk about today? Equal rights for women. Na 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 na. Right? We're going to open it up for debate. But I got to get you prepared. Got to get in y'all's minds. Equal rights for women.
Equal rights for women.
I'm a feminist rapper.
I'm a rapper that's a feminist. All these women, they got too much dist. So here's some arguments in favor of feminism. I'm a feminist rapper. Equal rights for all. Yo.
Anyway. It's just warm-ups. I'm just warming y'all up. That's just the opening act. Welcome everybody on a balmy Tuesday afternoon, morning. I had so much fun yesterday that I wanted to open it back up. And I was trying to I was trying to get some of the Roman Catholics in here. I guess I got to hop on Grindr or they're never going to come in here. I don't know. Like, is that the only way to find the Roman Catholics? Is to hop on Grindr? I don't know if I want to do that. That sounds gross. Gross. But I guess that's where all them boys is hanging out. You feel me right there? You feel me right there? Joe, that's Hermes Trismegistus, okay? Ain't nobody going in my booty hole, Joe, okay? Hermes Trismegistus. You know what I think we're going to have to do today? Somebody said I'm a Scientologist. Do they got a Scientologist rap division? I'm on it. Are there any Scientologist rappers? We got like Hollywood creeps, you know what I mean? But I think it's just too weird for black people. Black people like, clear my thetans. Who that is? Who thetan? I can't clear no thetans out of me, excuse me. Ain't nobody going to my booty hole, Joe. You can't clear no thetans. Scientology. Who that is? Who them is? Who them is? Who that is? I'm a Scientologist wrap up. Alien rights for all. Anyway, I'll see a couple people piling in. We had a quackadoodle hillbilly, literally named hillbilly, saying that he wanted to argue Baptist stuff. Uh-oh. Good grief. I hope he comes. I don't know. If you're in the milieu over here, Baptist hillbilly man, please come on. I guess what we're gonna have to do though, guys. I'm afraid we're gonna have to do the worst. I mean, we might get some people over here on Twitter. I'm afraid we're gonna have to go into the pit of hell. And you all know what I'm talking about. We all know what I'm talking about. If we're gonna have to go there, I gotta prepare myself. Because it's gonna be rough. I'm gonna need the Deontay. Right? I'm gonna need Deontay and Beatrice. And Virgil. I need my boy Virgil. I'm gonna need DeAndre. I'm gonna need Beatrice to guide me down there. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about, going into the inferno. And I think you all know where I'm talking about. Dusseldorf, you got it right. I'm talking about TikTok. Yes. Because I don't think we're gonna get enough haters and opposers over here on the Twitters. But if we go into hell, you will get what you want. You will get the entertainment. You will get the madness. You will get the insanity. You will get the bizarre manifestations. You will get the weirdos. You will get the dudes with languages that we ain't never even heard of. You'll get a Franciscan, Swahilan, Jamaican, French accent. And we will have no idea what he's saying. In fact, I was watching a Sam Shamoon TikTok invasion the other day, and he was asking for interpreters. Anyway. I mean, I see a few people over here. We're going to give it a little more time. Let some more people maybe roll over here into the Twitter space. But, I mean, if we're going to if we're going to be sustainable, if it's going to be sustainable, we may have to take that descent into the inferno. Into the inferno. Now, what I would like, and I've even broadened the categories. We'll have to talk to these idiot atheists because nobody else will come. The Protestants and the evangelicals, they done gived up. They won't come. Roman Catholics, I tweeted out about 20 of them today. They won't come. Oh, you're too mean. You're too mean. Oh, if I was on Grindr, I wouldn't be too mean. Would I? If I was up on your Grindr, you would be up on my grill. And we all know that about the Roman Catholics. Like that Pine Suck. Pine Suck over there on Grindr. He mad. He mad I'm on Grindr. And I'm trolling him. So look, today's topics are Catholicism, papacy, church history, Tate, Sneeko, Uthman. Who's their rabbi? Uthman, what's his name? What's that goober's name? Uthman? Muhammad Hujab. If you got a defense of these men, please come tell us why we're supposed to be an Islamist. Why are we supposed to be a Muslimist? You can have the floor. You can make whatever arguments you want. Please, smash me. Put me in my place. I want to be smashed. I want to be smashed. I ain't been smashed in so long. I need to be smashed. I can't keep winning every debate. I gotta get smashed. I'm in a goofy mood today. If you would hit like and share, welcome everybody. If you want to hear more of those deep house beats, you got to leave a super chat. Super chats are done via Streamlabs. And the internet sucks today, so it keeps lagging. I almost feel like just singing. I don't know. I feel like I got to sing before I get prepared to go into Hades. You know what I mean? Do y'all feel me? I'm a feminist wrap-up. Equal rights for all. Alright, so we got a couple people over here. Again, everybody wants to ask their FAQ Orthodox questions, which is not really what we're up to today. Of course, that's all that's gonna pile in, which is okay. I don't mind that because that's ultimately where we want to steer people. But most of the FAQ Orthodox questions, I don't mind answering them. It's just that they can be answered through a pretty easy search. You know what I mean? Like you can search whatever the basic questions are. So let's not be lazy. Let's go ahead and, use Google or whatever, or better search engines. Remember that although it doesn't work very well, on the front page of my channel, there is a search. Everybody's YouTube channel has a search by which you can search that channel. And not many people make use of this. See this right here? That's it. That little search bar right there. It works a little bit better, I think, than the normal search bar to find stuff, because stuff just gets buried and hidden and you can never find it. But I've been trying on my clips channel to, pick out the best clips that are topical and brief. So when you ask me about penal substitution, there's a million clips of that. When you ask me about Christology and Nestorianism and imputation, there's a million clips of that. When you ask me about Filioque, we got millions of clips and podcasts on that. If you ask me about the energies, distinction, essence energies, we got millions of clips. So, there's all of these have been addressed kind of infinite times. So I don't mind answering those questions, but it's just a lot more fun when we get people who disagree rather than the same old FAQs. And there's plenty of websites, plenty of priests. There's a million priests and podcasters now out there. You don't really need to come to me for a lot of the FAQs, because everybody's got a podcast now. Yo, grandma got a podcast. And I'm over here watching grandmama podcast. I'm over here pre-supping grandma. Skibbity toilet. Skibbity toilet. Brain rot. Jamie's in there laughing because I'm using the terminology of the 10-year-olds. Shout out to KGB for $1. What are your personal thoughts on your final endeavor in the Eschaton? Like Star Trek? What does it become? Space travel, physical interaction, expression, architecture? Will it be like Star Trek? No, I don't think we lose our individuality. So I don't think the Eschaton will be anything like Star Trek. That was a pretty funny comment, though. What's at the end of the rabbit hole in the Eschaton? Skibbity toilet. Skibbity space toilet. That's what's at the end of the universe in the Eschaton. You gotta go to the end of the Eschaton and the Escalade. Oh. There's an Escalade that flies into space. There's an Escalade. It's better than Lincoln. It flies into space. When I flew my Escalade into space, I went to the end of the universe, and I found a skibbity toilet in a tesseract. Matthew McConaughey says there's a skibbity toilet in the tesseract. That's that moon beaver consciousness, boy. Maybe I shouldn't open it up for debates today. I'm in too much of a ridiculous mood. You're not supposed to laugh at your own jokes, but let's be honest. Matthew McConaughey in an Escalade flying into the Tesseract at the end of the universe and finding the secret of the universe to be a skibbity toilet is funny. I found an offensive video that was rapping about 9/11, and I thought it was really funny. And I sent it to Jamie Kennedy, and it weirded him out. He said, "Dad, what is that? It's too weird." I was like, "Man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. It's just I just like really ridiculous things." That's weird. Anyway, maybe I'm just insane. I don't know. Like, I was sitting there thinking when I sent that, I was like, Does Jamie Kennedy think that I'm actually insane, and that when I send him that clip, that he's just like, maybe I'm like an unknown lol cow to him this whole time, and maybe nothing that I've ever thought was funny is actually funny. I'm just insane. that is a possibility. Matt Monkey. I flew into space inside of a tesseract. There's a skibbity toilet out there in the middle of nowhere, and I found love in a bookshelf. Matt Monkey. All right, we got like 8 people in line. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully we can gather more of a gaggle so that I won't have to go into Hades, a.k.a. TikTok. By the way, if you want to support the stream, you can do so via Super Chats. Super Chats are done through Streamlabs. That's the link right here. That's the link right here. You can be funny, but only sometimes. Ooh, burn, dude. Boom, roasted. I'm on that goofy tip. So please don't bring the FAQs. I'm just not in the mood to answer FAQs. I'm tempted if you ask. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. That'd be wrong. So the way you call in, is over here on X. You hit the call in, request to speak button. Excuse me. Am I on the edge of sanity or the edge of the universe inside of a tesseract with Matthew Mick? Adonis.
Hello, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
What's up?
Hello. So I have a question.
Okay.
What would be your response to the Nietzschean atheists when, in their eyes, they say that Christianity is like slave morality or something? Because I have a hard time responding to that. They always say that Christianity is for the weak or something, or slave morality. That's what they say.
I think that Nietzsche's critique is applicable to the feminized Protestant and Roman Catholic Christianity of the degenerate West of his day. So I would actually agree with some of those critiques. But I think if we have a healthy balance of the appropriate place for masculinity that we see not just in the Old Testament but also in the New Testament, with the fact that, you have heroes who engaged in warfare, who were lauded and praised as soldiers, like David, even Abraham for his, battle with the kings. Hebrews 11 actually lauds and praises, and even the Maccabees, for this kind of masculine warfare action. And there's just this post-Enlightenment sort of Protestant idea that Jesus somehow has nothing to do with that stuff. There's a private pietistic devotional thing, and that's the realm of Jesus. And everything that's involved in the civil sphere, the sword, the state, self-defense, warfare, those are anti-Jesus and you're evil. Really, this just is at root a Marcionist heresy. And sometimes I think that even in the monastic world, that tendency towards Origenism, in the first 7 centuries, you can see that the tendency towards Origenism was oftentimes amongst the monastics. And so they would have a anti-body perspective that they were tempted with. Now, there's an opposite temptation, which is to go in the other direction and think that Christianity is just a secular, worldly state thing. This is really what we see with the Roman Catholics. They see Christianity as, the trad cats, I'm saying, as a political-based trad movement. That's not essentially what it is. That's just another version of the zealot error. Remember the zealots in the New Testament? They thought the Messiah was there to grant them an earthly kingdom. But the fact that Jesus' kingdom is spiritual, the opposite error of that is the Gnostic Marcionite error of the Protestants. And remember the anarchist guy that we had a debate with a couple days ago? They think and act like everything spiritual is anti-physical, anti-state, anti-governance. Christianity should have nothing to do with that sphere. And that's just a heresy. And it's explicated perfectly in the Americanist idea. Roger Williams, the early Baptists, they all thought that the state was some invention of the devil or some sort of manifestation of the beast. Even in the first 3 centuries of the church, when it was being persecuted, the Christian church did not cave to or adhere to the position that the state was the beast per se in itself. It manifested or acted in that way when it was going against divine law, when it persecuted the church. But it still wasn't evil as an institution. I mean, think how silly this is to think that by getting rid of the institutions, you somehow solve the problem. That'd be like saying, well, if we get rid of families, we won't have the problem of father abuse, right? Dads that are mean and abuse kids, well, let's just get rid of all dads and then there won't be a problem. That's the silliness and just kind of immaturity and dialectical thinking of classical sort of evangelicalism. But there is, of course, an opposite temptation for the church to become like a state institution. I think that's perfectly exemplified in the Vatican, when the Vatican becomes a city-state and a geopolitical world power, violating the canons of the first 7 ecumenical councils that members of the church are not supposed to be members of the state. But that doesn't mean the state is supposed to be divorced from theology and the church and be secular. So they're 2 opposite extremes, and Nietzsche's critique is of one side of that extreme, the pietist, anti-masculine, strong perspective. And I really think there's just a long trail of heresies that led to this. I would date it first at probably the 11th century with the Gregorian reforms, because there you have the church in the West becoming explicitly a public political, geopolitical power. The Gregorian reforms, Otto, etc., Henry, the leaders of that time secularized the church and the state. The Papadakis Mindorf book has a whole chapter on this. I think it's really good. And then you get a reaction against the papal excesses. We lectured through that 600-page book by Michael Lambert, Medieval Heresies, which is a great academic text a few years ago. You can watch that on my channel if you want to see the lectures. What are you looking for?
The little thing that goes to my mouse.
I think it's in my gray bag. Medieval Heresies traces the development of the reaction against the papal excesses in the weirdo groups. The Bogomils, the Cathars, the Beguines, the spiritual Franciscans, the Waldensians. There's just a whole Munster Rebellion. There's a whole train of these wackos. And their existence, though, is only possible because of the insane excesses of the papacy when the Pope starts calling standing armies and going to war. I mean, it's so ridiculous. So you see this extreme. And eventually what happens is you get the reformers, who ironically were proponents of a state church. So they wanted to go back to like national state churches away from the papacy. That's why Luther was supported by the German princes, for example, against the Pope. You get Henry VIII, right, going against the Pope. And then the further fragmentation of Protestant movements just became even more anti-state, right? Because the early state churches would persecute the other Protestants. And so the other Protestants then said, well, the state's the problem. Jesus has nothing to do with the state. So it's just heresies compounding on top of heresies on top of other heresies to produce today's world of idiocy and evangelical clown church and papal clown church, where both evangelicalism and the papacy agree for the de-Christianizing of the state, just giving all of the power over to the wicked because they're that stupid and idiotic. And they all basically just believe the Protestant pietist error that God is your personal private situation and has nothing to do with the other areas of life. And when you don't admit that God is King of Kings, Christ is King of Kings, etc., then what do you get? You get Muslims who come in and do not believe that there are secular domains where God doesn't have any dominion, and they trample and take over because their position is more consistent in that regard. Islam is dumb, but they're more consistent than the pietist and anti-state de-Christianizing, quote, Christians and heterodox Vatican II idiots who want there to be religious liberty, which is all promoted by the CIA, by the way. That was all part of Vatican II's CIA agenda to promote Americanism, religious liberty, freedom of worship, freedom of conscience. Oh, by the way, those are all central Protestant heresies. So the Roman Catholic Church has officially adopted in its Vatican II documents the errors of the Protestants, which they formerly condemned for centuries after the Protestant Reformation. Thus, the only church in the world that still holds to Symphonia and the perspective of the first 1,000 years of the church that there should be a Christian state when there is a majority Christian population. We don't immediately go top down, as every idiot that tries to debate me on this says. You trying to say you got to make a Christian state force everybody to be Christian? No, I never said that. Obviously, we're not saying that. It's like every debate has to be super low tier. Anyway. So there you go. Yeah, that's it. That's my critique of the Nietzsche thing. Charles. Correct. Rome is the original Protestants, as St. Justin Popovich said in his excellent book. Charles, you got to unmute, man. Are you there?
Yes.
What's up?
Oh, okay. It's the first time they're calling. I would have to just bail out. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on and bailing out. Economic Ethereum. What's up, dude?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
I think in one of your videos you mentioned something about CIA and Orthodoxy. I'm an Orthodox now, and I'm curious, where that fits in. There's like a book, something about the CIA and Orthodox. So, not a direct question, but I'm sure there's some tangents that come with that.
I don't recall any books specifically on the relationship between the CIA and Orthodoxy, no, but I mean, they definitely have had an interest and a concern with, the Ukraine situation is an obvious example where they sought to have, overt influence with the Ukrainian Schismatic Church, which they basically created on record publicly. You can watch the videos and the clips and the images of the former director of the CIA going over there and giving awards with John McCain to the head of this new American-controlled church. I mean, that's just one example. There's obviously a lot of background depth and nuance when you get into the Cold War and Western intelligence, helping the expatriates leave under the Bolshevik and Soviet persecution. So it's a really kind of a hairy, long tortured subject, but there's a good essay that was written by a British Orthodox I think it's called Orthodox England. That's kind of a good introduction to this, back into the Cold War, and it's the Russian Orthodox Church, KGB, Between Thieves is the name of the essay from, I don't know, it's like a 10, 15-year-old essay. Between Two Thieves. But I don't know anybody that's written a book, here it is, just on this topic, no.
Cool. I'll check that out. I've got one other question. It is kind of an FAQ question, but
okay.
What is the best for and against argument for the idea of the invisible church? That's split across basically Catholicism, Orthodoxy, Protestantism. Well,
I don't think there is any good argument for it, but the arguments that they're going to make is something like, the visible church is full of errors, full of divisions and schisms. The visible community of the churches are full of believers and unbelievers, and so therefore it must be the case that the, quote, true Christians exist amongst a myriad of sects. And, the first inklings of this, believe it or not, is actually in the Donatist Tycho or Tychonius. And Augustine wrote pretty frequently against this guy, but he actually liked his commentaries quite a bit. And so what happened is that it might be part of what influenced Augustine's idea of the Tychonius is his name, the probably the most famous Donatist commentator on the scriptures. So he wrote a bunch of commentaries, and Augustine found him to be useful for his writings. But the problem is that there might even be some influence on Augustine for the idea that the true church is just the fixed number of the predestined. Now, Augustine doesn't teach the invisible church doctrine, certainly not. He believes that the true number of the predestined still only exists ultimately amongst the visible, quote, Catholic, Orthodox Catholic Church. And he believes that ultimately only they will be given the gift of perseverance by grace to die in the faith of the church. So no one is dying outside of the one true visible Orthodox Catholic Church for Augustine. But he sets the stage for the possibility of the reformers returning to the Donatist-ish idea of an invisible church via equating the, quote, true church to the predestined fixed number of the elect that exist amongst the various myriad groups professing to be Christians. And so that's why the Protestants found it very useful, especially Calvin. Calvin even more so than obviously Luther, because of Calvin's emphasis on the predestination of the elect. So that's where they will argue it. The response should be, I think, very easily, very clearly manifest that when Paul writes his letters to Ephesus, when he talks about the church being predestined, he's not writing the letters to the elect. He's writing to an actual visible church in Ephesus, and he's calling that entire visible community the predestined and the elect. That, I think, is pretty much a kill shot for this whole position, because they have to interpret all these passages and all these letters to, well, okay, yeah, Paul kind of technically wrote the letter to the elect, to the visible church at Ephesus, but he was really secretly writing it to the elect. because the visible church won't understand it, right? Because it's a closed book, but only the elect understand it. So it really just sets the stage for this Gnostic idea that Jesus is somehow divided from his body. And all you have to do is equate the error and the heresy of Nestorianism to ecclesiology. So if you look at ecclesiology and realize that it's part and parcel, it's parallel to Christology because the church is his body. So just as the divine person of the Son takes on human nature, that human nature is one single body. Jesus doesn't have 50 bodies. His body isn't split into 3 bodies. He's not a clone. There's one body. So likewise, the visible church is just as one, just as visible, and just as united, just as historical as the actual physical body that Christ possessed. And that's the kill shot ender for any of this Gnostic invisible church heresy.
No, thanks for explaining that. And, putting on my old Protestant hat, that's where I come from as a Southern Baptist. When reading this pamphlet, it's by Reverend Father Dan Susiu. There's something I noticed, and it's the same question kind of around visible
Is this
church.
a pamphlet from a Protestant or a Orthodox?
No, this is Orthodox.
Okay, I'm not familiar with him.
Okay, but basically he says, he's quoting one of our bishops, we know where the church is, we don't know where the church is not. And actually when I read that as a Protestant, I was like, wow, that is a humble thing to say, as if putting
I think this
boundary.
quote can be misunderstood and misused. It often is. I mean, there's a proper way to understand it, but people kind of just cite this all the time, and then they'll try to make it mean ecumenism. But the problem is that I can believe that God has extra normative means by which he could unite somebody to the church, outside of the typical ways that we visibly see people united to the church. But that wouldn't mean they're saved outside the church. It just means they're being united to the Orthodox Church in an extra normative way. So the thief on the cross, right, is united via baptism of desire, or you could say baptism of blood. So likewise, many catechumens, many martyrs in the first centuries of the church, the children that are martyred by Herod, they weren't baptized, but they're part of the church because we know that they were baptized by desire. So in the same way, I don't think we have to necessarily assume that everyone that we don't see visibly being received into the Orthodox Church is necessarily damned. We don't know people's eternal destiny, but we do have. We're just simply not told anybody's destiny, right? Except for maybe the saints, we realize that they were deified and that they saw Christ in the divine light. But otherwise, I don't know people's destiny and what's going on with them, and I think there's a reason why God never told us that. But at the same time, that doesn't mean, then we're supposed to jump into ecumenism and say that everybody's in the exact same relationship as we are. No, that's just simply not the case. Jonathan.
Hey, I had a question about the visible versus the invisible church, because it seems like both churches, from a practical perspective, are pretty visible. And that the invisible part, which would be, if you're the Protestant, you'd say they're invisibly united through, the believing in the scripture. And if you're a Roman Catholic or an Orthodox, you'd say they're invisibly united through being part of the same corporate structure, right? But the unity is invisible either way.
Again, the notion of the invisible church is tied to the Protestant idea of there not being a single visible institution. Now, technically, again, you could say that Augustine had a version of this because for him, the, quote, true church is just simply the elect. But even Augustine doesn't believe the view that Calvin does, that the invisible church exists amongst a bunch of divided sects and groups. Augustine still believes that the Catholic Church of his day is the one true church, and outside of it, there is no salvation. So he's not a proponent of ecumenism. He's not a proponent of any of the things like Calvin or anything like that. They simply use ideas that he had in his writings and kind of modified them to fit the Protestant ethos of what you could equate to something like the branch theory. Even though that's an Anglican idea, it's kind of what is in Calvin and people like that, where Calvin would say, even Luther would say, yeah, there might be true quote-unquote true Christians amongst the Anglicans, amongst Roman Catholics, amongst Orthodox, and amongst Protestants. But there's no institution that has visible unity. The difference is, again, that we would say that when Jesus breathes on the apostles, when he collects them together in the upper room and prays for them and says, I'm going to send you the Holy Spirit, he will lead you and guide you in all truth. When he says that the gates of hell will not prevail, he's speaking to this collective body, this collective group, this college. Likewise, at Pentecost, when the Holy Spirit comes, it comes upon that collective college of guys, right, the apostles. And so the institution that those apostles found is therefore literally isomorphically identical to the body of Christ and to the one holy Catholic Apostolic Church. Right.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So it's not so much about being visible versus invisible, because all institutions are invisible, but more about being part of the same institutional structure.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I don't know what you mean all institutions are invisible. All institutions are visible by definition. So what do you mean?
Well, how can you, when you look at an institution, what do you see, right? You see a person, you see a building, and they're invisibly united as part of some institution, whether it's a football team, right? You can't see, you know, the Oakland Raiders. You can see the people that are on the Oakland Raiders, if that makes any sense.
Again, I would actually disagree that that's kind of an atomized Protestant libertarian idea that there's only particulars or only individual particulars. No, I think that there are particulars, but there's also a real collective, visible, historical institution known as the Orthodox Catholic Church that is not reducible to any particular. Just like, I mean, I would actually say that Protestants and Roman Catholics share this same idea that Catholicity or universality is reducible to a particular for both the Protestants and for the Roman Catholic. For the Protestant, it's reducible to just a collection of individual Protestants. For the Roman Catholic, it's reduced literally to the Roman See and the Bishop of the Roman See. So both positions reduce Catholicity and universality to one dude or one group of dudes. And we would say in the Orthodox Church, no, there's quite literally a real metaphysical bond of all of them, and they are also particulars. It's a one and many in balance.
I'll have to look into what you're saying with regards to institutions being visible, because my understanding is that institutions were, you know, sets of agreements between agents, not so much.
No. So this sounds like a Protestant sort of human social idea of what the church is. We believe the church is a theanthropic divine institution. It's the literal body of Christ. Christ's body is not invisible. It's visible. Do you agree that Christ was walking around with an actual flesh body?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, do you not think that
it's sort of analogous, this body of Christ?
Does Paul, does Paul not make that analogy? What do you mean?
No, he makes the analogy, but when he refers to us being as a part of the body of Christ, isn't that hearkening to a metaphor of being part of
that's
this
why precisely why that's precisely why Protestantism has a Nestorian ecclesiology. So the metaphor analogy to the actual incarnate body of Christ is the heresy of Docetism or a kind of Nestorianism. So you're just applying the same, Paul applies the same miraculous divinity and status to the church as to the body of Christ, the physical body of Christ, because we are the physical body. He says you are the arms, the eyes of Christ.
And you think that was not analogous in any way?
Did you not hear what I said? That the church is a divine institution. It's not a human institution.
No, I agree with that, but it doesn't seem like when Christ was walking on the earth that, you know, it would, you know, the church would be isomorphically identical to his body.
Why wouldn't it? He calls his own body the temple. He says you must eat his body to be part of him. How else do you become part of the flesh of Christ without partaking of the sacraments and eating his flesh?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, did he have a spiritual flesh? Are you again, that would be Docetism.
No, because you go to church and you eat the body and the blood, and then...
Well, but you got to be in a church that actually believes it's body and blood, not just any... I mean, it's not, you know, ocean spray and crackers.
Sure. I'll have to think more on that. Thanks.
Yeah, good questions. Nope. What's up, nope?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I heard you talking to some Muslims about, uncreated foot, uncreated hand, things like that. I wanted to know if they were to turn the question around on you with like uncreated fire or like the uncreated, in reference to the Holy Spirit as opposed to human spirits, which are created. How would you satisfy those same, objections?
Well, first of all, to talk about the Holy Spirit isn't any challenge to us because... Can you mute, man? It's really loud.
Yes.
Right, so to talk about the Holy Spirit is not really any significant challenge because the Quran itself talks about differentiation in Allah, and they have the exact same problem reconciling Allah's relationship to his attributes as we have in terms of talking about God's unity and his triadic nature. So the fact that God's a triad, or we're talking about the divinity of the Holy Spirit, is not really in itself a, quote, problem unless you think that any kind of account for multiplicity in God is a problem. So, for example, Muslims have to figure out whether the attributes of Allah are say or not. And that's just really dealing with the same type of a problem. I'm not saying that they believe the attributes are persons, but it's the same essential problem of the one and the many in terms of God. But when it comes to the other topics that you're talking about with, what was it you said? I forget, the uncreated foot.
Uncreated fire, like in the burning bush, right? Like, how would we satisfy?
Right. So the Orthodox Church believes in the essence-energy distinction. So this is not a problem for us because it's part of divine revelation. Even the Quran accidentally includes theophanies like the burning bush. So what's the Muslim account of that if Allah is not really present in creation?
Right, and that would be a good objection for a Muslim to answer. But if they were to turn that around on you, what would you say? Or you just say that that's an energy of God, and that would be your explanation. Is that correct?
Yeah, the uncreated fire is the uncreated life, energy, and light of God.
Okay. All right. That's all I got. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. And ironically, refuting both Roman Catholicism and Islam, notice they have the exact same position on this. What do we see in the book of Leviticus, as we covered in yesterday's live stream? We see the uncreated fire of God appearing in the Torah in Leviticus 9 to the Jews. Which is not possible in their worldview. Remember, nobody believes God's glory is created. Presumably not a Muslim, and certainly not a Roman Catholic. And yet, we read again in Leviticus 9, Aaron lifted his hands towards the people and blessed them, and he came down from the sin offering, the burnt offering, the peace offering. Moses and Aaron then went into the tabernacle meeting and came out to bless the people. The glory of the Lord then appeared to the people, and fire came out from before the Lord and consumed the offering. So this is the uncreated light, life, and fire of God in the presence of the entire camp of the Israelites in this theophany. And it's identified as the glory of God. So we can't say that this is an angel. Angels are creatures. No creature is the glory of God. God's glory is an uncreated attribute or energy. God says, I do not give my glory to another. You cannot call a creature my glory, etc. So a Muslim is going to have to then say, oh, well, this is all corrupted. Here, now we're back to this, because the Quran actually doesn't say that the Torah is corrupted. It says you can confirm Muhammad's quote-unquote revelations by the Torah, which you couldn't do if it was all corrupted. They just basically were ignorant of what was actually in the Torah. And that's the entire explanation of Islam. People hearing a bunch of stories, collecting it into a jumbled up mess, and not understanding what they wrote down, and not even being consistent enough to realize that they included things that they would have to, that actually contradict the system, like the presence of God in the burning bush. So, I mean, this ends Roman Catholicism and it ends Islam. Because every Roman Catholic argument against the divine light, which they call in their stupidity Hinduism, is actually an argument against the presence of Christ throughout the Old Testament. That's how stupid these people are. Dimitri.
Hello, Jay.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. What's up, man?
Okay, Jay. For a couple of years, I have some argument against Gnostics. So I'm asking you, can you evaluate it?
Against Gnostics?
Yeah, against Gnostics.
Okay.
Basically, my argument is this. Most Gnostics and Hindus believe that part of God is in them. So they believe that they have a spark of God in them.
Yes.
So my argument is this. That spark of God, that part of God, did fall. So it fell in this world. So if part of God can fall and can be wrong, why not whole God can be wrong and can be fallen?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And also, why would we think God has parts?
Yes. So differently than Muslim, where they cannot have epistemic certainty themselves. In Gnostic case and Hinduism case, their gods cannot have epistemic certainty. So not just themselves, but their gods themselves.
Yeah.
So I believe that is maybe even bigger defeater than Muslims, where they themselves cannot have epistemic certainty.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, you could take that and say, what about the deities themselves, right? If they can fall and if they can be partitioned into pieces. I mean, yeah, I think you're right there, though. That Gnosticism isn't really even concerned with consistency, right? It's intentionally accepts irrational mysticism to confuse and to make people accept things that make no sense, like that part of God fell into all of the fallen beings, and that's the divine spark. And he's absolutely right, by the way. There's a whole chapter on Gnosticism and Hermeticism in the... Actually, there's more than one. There's a couple chapters on it in the Western Mysticism and Esotericism Cambridge Companion book. But I think I'm just going to do a talk through this book because there's so many excellent chapters in here that tie a lot of things together. And we find out that really the essence of all of these Hermetic schools, Gnostics, Neoplatonists, Kabbalists, Sufi, Renaissance Hermeticism, women mystics of the Middle Ages, the Rosicrucians, Jacob Boehme, Freemasonry, Swedenborg, Blavatsky, Theosophy, Gurdjieff, Golden Dawn, Carl Jung. Guess what the common thread of all of these is in terms of, I've read, I don't know, maybe 3/4 of the book. You are your own God, bro. Look within and you're your own God. That's the secret, literally, of like half of these, or 75% of these groups and these sects, is that when you come to the end of the road, the deep rabbit hole secret is, you're God, bro. That's it. That's it. So it's just gibberish and window dressing to basically be your own God. That's it. Whether it's Crowley or whether it's Gurdjieff or whether it's Boehme or whether it's the ancient mystery schools and the Eleusinian mysteries and Orphic mysteries and Persephone and Demeter and the mysteries. It's all the same stuff. You're your own God, bro. So I just saved you like 20 years of esoteric mystery school research. No need to be initiated into the gibberish of these goobers and the coomers. Because, by the way, they're all a bunch of coomers, because to get to the last secret mystery, you have to touch the butts of the cult leader and his weenus. Oh, by the way, to get enlightened, I have to find my way into your back door. That also just happens to be the great secret. And then when the cult leader finds his way in, the secret was with you all along. The secret is within you all along. You were the secret all along, bro. I'm not joking. That's actually like that's all of it. You thought it was all this like secrets of the cosmos and all. No, it's not. It's just your God, dude. That's it. At least that's most of these groups. But the critique of the Gnostics was pretty good there. It also reminds me of Athanasius' critique in Ad Gentes, where he says basically, well, if all these gods are like fighting each other and can fall and have parts and exist in division, and then they all would basically cancel each other out. And ultimately, it's not the gods that rule in the pagan worldview, it's chaos. And if chaos is what ultimately rules in the pagan worldview, then really knowledge isn't possible, to be in a justified, coherent way. What's up, dude? You keep raising your hand. What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yo, my favorite interview social. Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to say, what was it called? Yeah, the whole point about libertarianism earlier. Yeah, it's pretty spot on. I mean, to be honest, I think like the whole position is fallacious because it's entirely devoid of any nuance. It's like, okay, the state is evil, but that's kind of like goofy. You can have like a good state and
hey, I'm sorry, not to. It's really hard to hear you. It's really muffly, but I think you're just saying that libertarianism is fallacious. I would agree, and it's kind of just based on like self-evidence and a lot of the basic bitch enlightenment stuff. Leonid.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yes.
Are you calling from Velcro? Are you inside of Velcro? What's going on?
No, I'm not Velcro. You hear me good?
It's just a joke, man. Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Yes, the question, how do you know that Christianity is not an heretical offshoot of Judaism?
Well, for many reasons, it's antithetical to rabbinical Judaism, and it's the true Old Testament Hebrew theology where we have the fulfillment of all the messianic prophecies in the person of Christ, the historical persecution of Christianity via rabbinic Judaism are key ways that I would know kind of from the outset.
That's an assertion.
No, those are not assertions. Those are very well documented facts in the history of Christianity the last 2,000 years. Even Jews admit this.
Yeah, but Christian also persecuted Jews, so you can do it the other way around. So.
Well, you were asking about ideologically. How do I know that Christianity is not an offshoot of Judaism? Isn't that what you said?
Yes. How do you know that?
Okay, so then you asked about, but then you said, but sometimes Christians have persecuted Jews. Okay, but that wouldn't have anything to do with ideologically, factually, which one is an offshoot and which one is a creation or not.
Yeah, but you yourself told that Jews persecuted Christians. And
right, so that tells me, along with the other comment, that it's not something that they wanted to exist.
Yeah, they don't want something heretical to exist, according to their perspective. So, well, what's the problem?
Oh, well, you're a Marxist, so what do you mean?
I'm an heretical Marxist. So.
I don't know what does that even mean? So why are we supposed to care what you think about it? Like, you're an atheist, right?
Look, this is Atonement. I'm asking about a specific topic. This is a fallacy. What does it matter my position? I'm asking you about...
because I believe that all the argumentation ultimately is a comparison of worldviews. So it absolutely matters what your position is.
No, I'm just interested in religion. I'm interested in this subject.
Okay, so then what's your basis to utilize things like logic and reasoning, which are not reducible to matter if you're a Marxist?
This is a good question. I'm looking for the answer in your channel.
Yeah, I think that if God exists, then it makes sense how there would be things that are abstract, immaterial, and invariant, like laws of logic, universals, categories, anything, mathematical entities. If God doesn't exist, then it doesn't make sense why those things exist. But if it's a question of whether or not Christianity is true, I mean, do you think that there's messianic prophecies or not? Because that's ultimately what would delineate Christianity versus Judaism.
Yes, let's assume that the Bible, the Old Testament, it's like correct. It's like divinely revealed. Let's assume for the sake of the argument.
Okay. Right. So if we assume, for the sake of the argument, that it is divine revelation, Jesus fulfills the messianic prophecies to a T. Rabbinic Judaism, for example, has two different messianic figures: Messiah ben David, Messiah ben Joseph. That's what's in the Talmud. I don't think any of that makes any sense when Jesus literally fulfills all the prophecies.
Yeah, but the Jews will say, okay, he didn't initiate world peace, so he didn't fulfill all the prophecies.
Well, he does initiate world peace in his kingdom, and there is two comings of the Messiah. There's a Messiah who comes. That's why the Jews have two Messiahs. So even their own position doesn't make sense of this. That's why they have a Messiah who comes and is killed to die for atonement and to die as a martyr, and then another Messiah who comes as a ruling king. So the Jews like to argue as if Christianity is incoherent because they have two comings of the Messiah. Their position is even sillier because they argue that there's two different Messiahs, one of whom, by the way, does die.
Yeah, I heard of this. Okay. Okay, so basically you say you look in the Old Testament, you say, okay, the Old Testament, Jesus checks all the books that are in the Old Testament, and based on that I know that Jesus is the Messiah, and based on that I know that Christianity is like the true continuation of the Old Testament religion.
That would be my argument for Christianity, yeah. I mean, against other things like Judaism or something like that, or Islam.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it.
Yeah, I have a 3-hour talk, if you're looking for that deals with like the arguments from the Torah for the Trinity, for example. And then the recent Jewish scholarship from Schaeffer, Summers, Siegel, Boyarin. Those are places where I would go to say that modern Judaism has admitted that Judaism at the time of Christ was not monolithic, that it was Trinitarian. It could be Binitarian, it could be Trinitarian, it could be Unitarian. So the idea that there was this classic Unitarianism that was monolithic is not true, according to many, many modern Jewish scholars. Garrett, if you watch the Daniel Hakikichu debate, that's what I argue in the first 10 minutes. Garrett, you got to unmute. What's up?
Yeah, sir. Mr. J. Dyer. I'm one of the listeners here, and I would like to disagree.
Okay, you go to the head of the line.
Well, I disagree about everything you stand for.
Okay.
For one, let's go back to the beginning in Genesis. God created the heavens and earth. What was on the planet before those days?
Are you trolling? You sound like a joke.
No, I'm being serious.
Well, there wouldn't be a planet if he hasn't created yet. So what do you mean?
Well, he said there was beasts on the earth in those days.
There what?
There was beasts on the earth in those days.
Beasts on the earth. So you said before God created, what was on the planet? Is that what you said?
Before he created life as humans, what was here before us?
Well, are you talking about like him creating animals or something?
No, as far as human beings, as he was supposedly came down to earth and walked on this planet as a human, what was on the planet before humans?
I don't understand what you mean walking on the planet before humans. I'm just confused what you're talking about.
Well, like the last caller said, you guys were saying Jesus was here down in the flesh, right?
Right, but that's when he became incarnate.
Yeah, incarnate. So we're going way back before that. We're still in Genesis, dude.
Okay, yeah, I've got Genesis pulled up. I'm ready. Go ahead.
All right, so let's go through it. First chapter.
Okay. Which part? I got it pulled up right here. Go ahead.
Well, let's go when God emerged from the darkness.
God doesn't emerge, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, he said he had to emerge from the darkness because he created light. So what
God doesn't emerge because God already exists. To emerge is to come to be or to change. God doesn't change. He's unchanging.
Well, if he already existed, he wouldn't have said, let there be light.
That's created light. God's uncreated light. So John 1 explains the uncreated light. Genesis 1 talks about created light.
Created light as far as the planets? Or
Yeah,
what kind of
literal light, like the light that we see, like the sun, created light. God is God is uncreated, and so if you read John 1, which is parallel to Genesis 1, it talks about the uncreated light.
God was uncreated. What was he? He had to be some type of energy.
Well, he does eternally have life and energy. He's an eternal triad. So yes, I agree with that.
It would be plasma.
No, God is not plasma. Plasma is created light.
Okay, what I'm saying is, if you were to say, let there be light, then there would have to be darkness before that.
Correct. But that's all part of creation. Okay, God is not creation. God's uncreated.
So you're saying this solar system that we're in, supposedly the Milky Way, God chose this universe to get man and to love man and to be God himself. You know, there's a billion other planets out there in solar systems.
Oh, is that right? How do you know there's a billion of them?
Because science, it's all over science.
Oh, it's all over.
Documented.
Interesting.
Science.com.
Science.com.
Go to look at space. Go look at
Okay.
spacenews.com.
Yeah.
It's all legit.
Oh, okay. So all of those websites, like the same websites that say that a man can become a woman, those sites?
No. This is strictly space stuff.
Oh, so only the space stuff is true, but when the same people say the other stuff, it's false.
Now, how do you say the same people say this stuff about space and
Oh
we're
my
talking
gosh,
about transgender?
you're so stupid. You're literally the dumbest person I've talked to today. Laptop, what's up? Look at science.com, dude. It's proof. Laptop, what's up? That was my favorite guy. I was wrong. I didn't think we were going to get quality people today. We did. Laptop, what's up, man? Get a good internet. Go get some Starlink. Put some Starlink in your coffee. You can't connect, bro. We got some Kevin from the office. Kevin. That guy wouldn't know what a fallacy is. You know, no idea what's
Hello?
What's up, Kevin?
Hey, Jay. I rang in yesterday asking about saints in the Catholic Church. I don't know if you remember.
Okay.
Yes, I won't go back to that right now. But, I mean, I'd just like to say that I'm not sure how, representative of the Eastern Orthodox view the idea that there is no grace whatsoever in the Catholic Church is. Because I'm pretty sure that there would be Eastern Orthodox hierarchs, priests that would say that there are legitimate saints in the post-schism church.
Well, that doesn't mean that they're correct, because everybody can find people in every communion with, I can go to James Martin, who says that it's cool to be Skittles. Does that mean that it's true? So what? That's a fallacy.
Yeah, but, he's not really an authoritative voice of the
Catholic
Church.
Well, then the ones that you're citing that say that there's saints in the Catholic Church are not authoritative.
Yeah, but I think the point is that if you look at the Eastern Orthodox Church, there is a really unified position on these issues, is there? I'd have to go to you. I'd have to go to somebody else to figure out what the position is.
Oh, so does that mean that in the Roman Catholic Church there's unified positions?
Sure.
Oh, really? So what's the unified position on Nostra Aetate and Lumen Gentium 16?
Lumen Gentium 16. I'd have to look it up, but are you referring to salvation outside of the visible confines of the Catholic Church?
Well, the idea that Muslims, Jews, and Christians all worship the same God.
Depending on how you interpret it, that's correct, yes.
Ah, interesting. So does Jesus interpret it that way when he's arguing with the Unitarian Pharisees in John 5-9?
Well, in that case, Jesus is trying to hammer home the point that he is the Son of God and that they don't know him because of how blind they are to the truth.
Oh, but that doesn't apply to Unitarian Muslims, right?
But if you bear in mind that that they believe in the God that appeared to Abraham.
But they don't.
Not the Trinitarian God.
But the only God that appeared to Abraham is the Trinitarian God. You don't understand that?
Yeah, I do understand that, but we know that as Christians. How are they supposed to know that as Muslims?
It doesn't matter. How are they supposed to know that as Jews? The Pharisees.
Well,
so you understand the very argument that you're making is what leads you to the Nostra Aetate Lumen Gentium 16 position that you can that ultimately the Trinity is not necessary.
Oh no, it's quite necessary.
You just admitted that the Muslims don't have to believe in the Trinity to worship the same God.
I would draw the analogy of the man who's shooting an arrow and the arrow just misses the mark.
How come Jesus didn't draw that analogy to the? How come Jesus didn't draw that analogy to the Unitarian Pharisees?
Well, because Jesus was quite. I suppose he was quite radical in his approach. I mean, he wasn't going to.
So there we go. That's the. So Jesus is a radical, but the Roman Catholic Church is smarter and more tempered than the radical Jesus.
Well, I mean, Jesus was God. I mean, Jesus can use the approach that he wants. I mean, I just don't know.
Okay, so the Roman Catholic Church doesn't have to follow Jesus' approach, right? This is what you have to go to make the stupid system work.
No, I didn't say that, Jay. What are you talking about?
What?
I didn't say that we didn't have to use Jesus' approach. I'm just saying.
You literally just said that. You said that Jesus was a radical, and that the Roman Catholic Church doesn't have to do it.
Because he made radical claims about himself. He said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life."
You understand that this is called mental. This is the level of mental gymnastics you have to go to get around Lumen Gentium 16 and Nostra Aetate, which is clearly saying that Muslims, Christians, and Jews worship the same deity.
Not in the same way.
It doesn't matter if it's in the same way. None of that matters.
Yeah, but we need to be nuanced in the way in which we read this. We can't just
which is called reinterpreting and called mental gymnastics, because this is the basis for why the Pope goes and prays in the synagogues and in the mosque towards Mecca. Do you think that you can pray towards Mecca in a mosque?
Okay, well then, why did Patriarch Kirill meet with Muslims as well?
So that's a two quoque. Can you pray in a mosque towards Mecca?
Sure, to foster goodwill amongst the religions. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You can pray in a mosque towards Mecca, according to this Roman Catholic. You hear that, everybody?
Wait, me or the Pope?
Oh, so the Pope can do it, but this whole religion is so retarded that you literally are saying that it's. You literally said that so the Pope can do it, but you're not supposed to.
Well, no, because I don't represent the religion. The Pope does represent the religion.
Yes, you do. You're bound by the same canons and restrictions as the Pope. What are you talking about?
I'm not a member of the church hierarchy.
Yeah, so anybody, you understand the canon law applies to you? What happens to a normal Roman Catholic if they procure an abortion?
Excommunication, I believe.
So you literally just denied that by saying that it doesn't apply to you, but it only applies to the Pope. So the canon.
No, I'm saying that it's unwise for lay Catholics.
No, now it's unwise. Now you've changed it from unwise. Now you're saying unwise, and you said, but before it wasn't unwise. You say you're contradicting yourself.
No, not really. I think I'm quite clear what I'm saying, that the Pope can use his judgment to decide whether or not he's going to participate in certain ecumenical meetings. But I don't think it's a good idea for... Sorry?
Well, what does Mortalium Animus say about any participation in those meetings?
But you see, I don't think that Mortalium Animus is binding on the rest of the church for eternity.
Yeah.
I mean,
so your position literally can change. So in 1928, it's apostasy to do that, but post-Vatican II, it's okay.
Well, you need to bear in mind that the church is living. The church is...
Yeah, so it can contradict. Yeah, so your position, that's what it means to be living, is that you can literally contradict from one day to the next. Correct. Yeah, good job, dude. There you go. That is Roman Catholicism to a T. I want everybody to notice that, clip that. That's what you get with Roman Catholicism. So it starts with, I just want to prove that there's Catholic saints and Orthodox saints, and that we all have the same saints. Then it turns into, it's not bad for the Pope to go pray in synagogues and mosques towards Mecca, even though the ancient canons say you're excommunicated. And he says, well, I'm not the Pope. Unbelievable. This is the stupidity of Roman Catholics. And they're slimy, too. You notice what they do. Yeah, exactly. It's literally authority worship. Lisa, Well, Sam Shamoon's going to find out the hard way if he joins the Roman Catholic Church. All that Muslim apologetics is going to go out pretty quick. Lisa, unmute. Hey, Jamie, could you make me a coffee? Okay. Don't unmute. Whatever. What's up, Muslim man? Unmute. Yeah, that guy would find an excuse for anything, right? So, well, if the Pope's abusing kids, it's okay. He's the Pope, but you can't do that if you're a layman. That's how silly these people are. D&D, do you want to talk or not? Unmute. Demetrius, bring your Muslim stuff. Come on. What's the new dumb Muslim argument today? He literally says mortalium animos is not binding when it's from the Pope saying that if you engage in those practices, it's apostasy. Imagine saying that all the encyclicals are not binding. That's just ridiculous. That whole religion is literally, it's just Protestantism. Literally, Roman Catholics are Protestants. Dimitri, do you want to argue your stuff or not? I'm getting sassy now. Brian. Hey, Jamie.
What's
you
up,
made a coffee? Go ahead, Brian. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, man? Thanks for having me on. I want to talk about theism and evil.
What?
What's it called?
What?
Theism and evil.
So, Theodicy, what?
Theodicy, exactly.
Okay, what about it?
So,
I'm trying. Thank you.
I'm trying to argue for the coherence of theistic belief. But I want to if it's all right with you, I want to argue against it to make my case stronger. Would you be down for that?
I mean, I'm just going to argue that how do you even account for good or evil at all, which would be necessary for anything like a truth statement or a value judgment if you don't have some conception of the good. So that's where I'm going to go. So how is a non-theist going to account for any of that at all in a coherent way?
So if someone posed to you, are you familiar with David Bentley Hart's book on the tsunami?
The tsunami? No. I mean, I know who he is, but I've not read his tsunami. I've read his book on the Tusami.
Yeah, so that tsunami happened in 2004, and it made him question his faith. And then he wrote a defense of theism, against... how do you say it? Theodicy?
It's called Tusami, Tusami.
Gotcha. But yeah, so I guess if I was arguing the negative case, I would say something like there's an incompatibility of an all-powerful God with the existence of gratuitous suffering. I guess that could be like a Gnostic thing too. How would you answer that?
Well, again, I mean, this is just the problem of evil. So I've done many videos in responses to that, but I would just say that, I mean, the other option is to say that there is no good or evil. So do you want some account and grounding for the possibility of good and evil, or no account or grounding for the possibility of good and evil?
Yeah, so something about your contention is the very fact that even questioning or recognizing evil points towards theism.
Yeah, because it requires some notion of the good, and I don't think there's not going to be any coherent account of the good without theism.
Right. So I guess, and do you think that defeats, so the things I thought about were gratuitous evil, divine omnipotence and intervention, and those are the two big. I'm trying to steel man the case. So do you think the kind of presup argument defeats those easily?
I just think it's the strongest answer to that because a lot of times when atheists give this kind of an argument, the expectation that they have is that you can give an exhaustive account of every event and why it happened. But actually, that's an unrealistic expectation that no worldview can actually do. So they're sort of asking and expecting something that's literally impossible for any worldview, much less their own worldview. So really, the question is much deeper than that. It's more fundamental in that it's already just assuming the possibility of knowledge at all and the knowledge of good at all. So if you're going to make that kind of a criticism, we need some account for the means and the preconditions of criticism at all. So that's why I don't even think it gets off the ground. But I would say that that's probably the most effective. And I guess if I were to pick an atheist argument, that would probably be the strongest one.
Okay. Okay, just real quick. Just here's what I came up with for other contentions for like the coherence of theistic belief in faith in the context of something like horrible tsunami. I thought of divine purpose and human limitation, like just having a kind of a intellectual humility, I guess. Like human beings have limited understanding of divine purposes, and what may appear gratuitous might have, it will be redeemed, basically. And then also, so that was one. The second contention I had was, this is in the affirmative, now arguing against the atheists, like free will and natural order. Mm-hmm. And then the third one I was writing was eschatological hope. Would you suggest like following those lines, or just like how, for an apologetics against this line?
Actually, FDA has a really good argument along those lines. I would reach out to him because he's actually, I can't remember if he wrote a paper or if he just had like a pretty worked out argument along the very lines you're talking about.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not sure who that is. I'm sorry. I follow your stuff, but I don't.
Father Deacon Ananias has a pretty worked out argument along that line. So I would actually say ask him because he's pretty good at that. Puck. Got to unmute, dude.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Yeah, so I'd just like to say that as a Catholic myself, I'm having some serious problems with the Pope, and I don't really know how to feel about it. I'm kind of thinking, what is it, Setevacantism, I think it is?
Setevacantism?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not a real option because Setevacantism isn't actually a position. It's just a bunch of internet dorks and like 5 people in a trailer park and 10 people in Florida. And they're all fight with each other. It's not a real position.
That's what I'm trying to overcome, man, because like I don't see any sense coming out of anybody saying that, but that's the only logical thing to go towards as a Catholic, although that position itself is definitely a no-no.
Well, I would say, yeah, watch. I did a 3-hour video just on Setevacantism. You could go watch that, and I critique in every which way why it doesn't work. And ultimately, it disproves Catholicism, and it means that the only other thing left is Orthodoxy.
So, how does Orthodoxy handle sainthood, though, for Catholics? Because, like, how would you?
There are no Roman Catholic saints. What do you mean? Again, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, as I replied to that previous dude, the logic of saying that there's Roman Catholic and Orthodox saints logically then leads to the position that, well, then there's also saints amongst the Muslims, you see, and the Jews. And that's the logic of Nostra Aetate and Lumen Gentium 16. So either Christ's body is one and it's visible and it's historical and it's only the Orthodox Church, or we got some other religion to go to.
So how come the body has to be one and only Orthodox? Like, I'm not trying to argue for Islam being the same God, and I completely abhor the
because the logic of the why the heresy of Islam is outside the church is identical to the logic of why the Roman Catholic Church is outside the church. Because any fundamental error on the nature of the church or Christology or Trinitarian theology means that you're no longer part of that faith, because you can't surrender Orthodox doctrines and be part of that church. And it only takes one, you see. So you could be, for example, Nestorius, and you might believe in all of the same positions as the church on the sacraments or on the Bible and inspiration. But then you come to Christology and you say, but I don't believe that Christ is a single divine subject. That's enough to put you outside of the church. That's the logic of the 7/8 ecumenical councils, is that one heresy. You can believe all the correct Christology, and then you say, but I think icons are heresies. That puts you outside the church, because there's a logical connection between iconography and Christology. They literally go together. And to divorce one divorces the other. So that's why it can't be it's not like a scale of, oh, well, Muslims are 30% Christian, so we'll include them. Jews, 10%, we'll include them. Evangelicals, 40%. Anglicans, 50%. Orthodox, 70%. Roman Catholics, 100%. The graded scale system is the ecumenist system, and it's not true. You do not see in the first 1,000 years of Christianity amongst the church fathers and the councils anybody arguing in this way that you can be 40% Orthodox, 70% Orthodox. You're either inside the church or you're out. Now, there are movements of the Holy Spirit, and there is grace outside the church. But those movements and that grace is to join people to the church. It's not to save them and keep them in their stupid heterodox clown churches. Like, why does anybody want to be in clown church? I don't understand it. Like, what is the appeal of Frank's system? Like, what is anybody getting out of this?
I'm definitely not getting much out of it currently. The only reason I'm really asking though is just because there are works and things that I've valued in my time, like works with Thomas Aquinas, that kind of thing. I kind of have to throw out the window to do Orthodoxy.
Well, I mean, yeah, like we can appreciate things that we learned in those areas or those times. I was raised Protestant, and I'm very thankful of all the Bible inculcation and knowledge that I have. So yeah, you can be appreciative of that. I don't have to become Orthodox and then I have to no longer like the Bible because I was Protestant when I was a kid or something like that. It doesn't work like that. You can still appreciate those things. It's just that we don't want people taking. What happens is when you first convert, you think, oh, I got to bring all of this stuff to help Orthodoxy. I got to bring Aquinas to help save Orthodoxy and make it Thomistic. And that's not what we need. That actually damages Orthodox Christianity more than it helps it. But persevere, take your time. You don't have to rush. Work through if you think Setevacantism is a viable option, then I implore you to read the John Pontrello book, Setevacantism Delusion. You can watch my 3-hour video on the book and see if you think that makes any sense. I mean, I don't see how anybody, if they know Vatican I, it tells you very clearly that in practical, simple terms, as they're always saying, it makes it very clear and simple, that there will be popes until the end of the world, to the return of Christ. And that will guarantee the public visible unity as a sign of the truthfulness of the Roman Catholic Church. That's the logic of Vatican I. Well, if we haven't had a pope for 70, 80 years, then that's not true. Vatican I has failed in its promises. Grim.
Yeah, hey Jay, what's going on?
What's up?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure, do you own a Discord server called Orthodox Christian? You own that?
I don't own it, no. I used to have that, and I've since handed it off to clergy and other people.
Yeah, so I asked this interesting question of a real distinction and how you would define it in God.
I mean, we've already dealt with this many times, and I've written an entire article on this. So, why do you want to? Why is that an issue for you?
Well, it's just usually when we're talking about a real distinction, it usually means that one thing can subsist without another. Is that right?
How is it used in the Middle Ages by the people who formulated our theology? Is it used in the Thomistic sense?
Of course, yeah. That's really my question.
It is? So you think that Palamas is using this terminology from Thomas Aquinas when he never uses that terminology?
No, I mean, my question is, how did they use it? I'm saying, yeah, I agree with
Just
you.
to make it very simple, Palamos says, just like Basil and the Cappadocians, that it's the same level of distinction between the persons is the same level of distinction between person and nature, and the same level of distinction between essence and energy.
Yeah, I agree. I understand, like, those are examples of distinctions in God, but I'm just asking, like, can you give a solid definition of a real distinction?
Why would I need to use the terminology of late scholasticism that I don't use in my system?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why am I supposed to care about what post-Thomas said?
I mean, do we have a definition in the Orthodox?
Why do I need to have a definition for post-Thomistic scholastic ideas?
Did we have a definition before that?
Why do I need to have a definition for an idea and a term that's post-Thomistic? Thomas does. You understand? Thomas Aquinas doesn't even use this.
Use a real distinction.
Right.
Oh, okay.
That's a post-Thomistic distinction. Post-Thomas, I should say.
When you say Thomas Aquinas doesn't use, what do you mean by post-Aquinas?
Post-Aquinas, the idea of the levels of distinctions, that's a late medieval idea. It's not even in Thomas Aquinas.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I understand.
So why would we expect people like Palamos or people prior to that, like Saint Maximus the Confessor or Basil, to be using post-Thomas scholastic distinctions?
Yeah, I get what you're saying now. They wouldn't use such a definition.
Right. So the way that they simply speak of it is to equate the level of distinction is the same as between person and person, between nature and person, and between essence and energy. They're all, for all intents and purposes, real distinctions. And the only reason I'm using, quote, real is because when you say not real, you tend to think that it's purely conceptual or katapanoia. But as Dr. David Bradshaw shows in his essay on katapanoia itself doesn't even necessarily mean only conceptual.
Interesting.
Have you read that?
No, I haven't.
Okay, you need to read the Bradshaw essays, and I have an essay here on my Substack called "Is the Essence Energy Distinction Merely Conceptual?" And I go into the way that the Palamite synods themselves reject, in the Fourth Palamite Synod, the Thomistic only conceptual distinction. That's explicitly rejected by the Fourth Synod, which refutes the character of Prochorus.
Are you saying that, so if I'm getting what you're saying correctly, that wasn't, I understand that real distinction, all these different terminologies weren't defined before Aquinas. Okay, I understand that. And when we speak of a conceptual versus like a real distinction, isn't a conceptual distinction simply just something that you can make in your head but not an ontological reality? No.
So that's the point of the Bradshaw essay, is to say that sometimes katapanoia means only conceptual, but sometimes katapanoia means conceptual and in reality. For example, Basil uses katapanoia of the persons. If you think that the persons are only conceptually distinct, you're a modalist. Clearly, Basil wasn't a modalist. So clearly, katapanoia cannot just be restricted to conceptual distinction. It's also conceptual and real. But sometimes there are things that are purely conceptually distinct, like man and rational animal.
Wait, you said man and rational animal are really distinct?
No, I did not say that. I said they're conceptually distinct.
Are they also really distinct?
No. A man is the same thing as a rational animal. They refer to and then pick out the exact same thing. So that's a pure katapanoia, pure conceptual distinction. The persons of the Trinity are not pure conceptual distinctions, because that would be modalism.
Right.
Right? Okay. So is the essence energy distinction katapanoia in a purely conceptual sense, or is it also real? Well, if you read Palamos, the debate with Barliam and the people that he debates, like Akondinos, the debate ends up being about participation. Do you think that we participate in a conceptual reality or a real uncreated grace?
it has to be real.
Exactly. Therefore, the essence and distinction has to be, quote, real.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. Thank you. Good questions. Appreciate that. Legendary Hillbilly. Gotta unmute, dude. Hillbilly, unmute.
Hey man, AJ, how you doing, man?
Good, what's up?
Good. Hey, I was messaging you earlier about baby infant baptism, and I saw a couple other guys interested in that, and yeah, we were curious what you thought, and I think I kind of made my point through my messages earlier. I don't mind to try to elaborate on that, but what do you?
Well, I only saw one of the comments. So if you sent me more messages, I haven't seen those because I started the stream. But yeah, I mean, I'll just let me make this point that first of all, God has always included in his covenant relationship with his people the entire household and especially the children. When we come to the New Testament, there's absolutely no reason to think that God restricted the inclusion into the covenant to only rational adults above the, quote, age of consent or whatever. Jesus says, let the children come unto me. The church from the earliest days always practiced infant baptism. The book of Acts, we have multiple cases where entire households are baptized on the basis of the faith of the head of the household. So if you understand covenant headship in terms of biblical theology, then it makes perfect sense why we would baptize and include infants. It's utterly silly to exclude infants, especially since they are members of the body of Christ, hence why the Orthodox Church gives them communion.
Christ did say let the children come unto him, but he didn't say let the infants come unto him because they could not really make that decision. I mean, there's no reason to drip water in a baby's face. You know, there's no scripture to it. You know,
did you not hear what I just said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in the book of Acts, when multiple large households are included into baptism on the basis of the head of the household's faith, you don't think that included infants?
Well, I understand what you're talking about. You're talking about like a Hebrew tradition. I mean, but we're talking about...
No, I'm talking about the book of Acts. No, I'm not talking about the book of Acts. I'm talking about the book of Acts where Gentiles and their whole households are also baptized.
Yes, sir.
So you think that... Hold on. So when Paul, in Colossians, when Paul talks about baptism being the corollary to circumcision, is that just a Hebrew tradition? Or is he saying that baptism is the fulfillment of circumcision?
Well, baptism would be the fulfillment of circumcision. I understand that.
And so were infants included in circumcision?
Well, they are. Yes, they are involved in circumcision, of course. But what baptism represents, that baby doesn't really have any knowledge of what that immersion is.
So did babies have any knowledge of what circumcision represented?
Well, of course not. But we understand as adults that we take care of our babies, and there's also a health situation there.
Okay, that has nothing to do with the argument that was just made.
Well, no, but you understand my point, though.
No, so that's a point of irrelevance because it's not relevant to the point that you just made, that if understanding is the requirement, then why were infants circumcised since they can't understand?
Again, I mean, that just has a lot to do with some health also. I mean, there's more we could talk about.
Totally irrelevant that refutes your point. You're deflecting to health, has nothing to do with the point that you just made.
Right. But going back to baptism, I just don't...
Going back to your bad argument, if you say that circumcision requires knowledge to be a part of it and understand it, then why were infants circumcised?
Well, I don't think there's any further discussion on that. I guess I don't really understand more of a point to make. I just, again, it's...
So you understand that refutes your... Do you understand why that refutes your argument?
But the representation of baptism...
Do you understand why that refutes your argument?
I understand that you think that it does.
Okay, and why does it not?
Again, I don't really understand how to make more of a point that...
So you don't... Can you restate what my argument was? Can you restate what my argument was?
Under the baptism of what we're talking about, baptism...
Can you restate what... Stop playing games and go into something else. Can you just restate what the argument is?
About infant baptism?
You said that infants can't understand baptism, so it doesn't make sense for them to be included in the sacrament. My response to that was, then why were infants included in circumcision? Because they also couldn't understand that sacrament.
You're right, but them being physically by the flesh circumcised has nothing to do with their salvation.
That has nothing to do with the point. You understand? It's a refutation of the argument that you made. You can't see that? You don't understand?
I do understand, but I think the misconception is what people don't know what baptism really is.
That's a separate issue from just simply pointing out that the argument that you made doesn't work, because if that was the case, that it requires understanding, then why were infants circumcised? Because they didn't have understanding. You understand? That refutes that argument.
Okay, I understand what you're trying to say, but the original argument is talking about baptism. I mean, why would you baptize a child? Why would you put water on them? You can't even dunk a baby underneath the water.
All right, this is just, I can't do it, dude. It's like talking to a 5-year-old. OLW. Unmute.
Hey Jay.
What's up?
Hey, so I just wanted to ask.
Hey Jamie, can you bring a coffee?
Specific.
Okay, what's up?
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask about a specific canon in the Council of Trilo, which is affirmed in Nicaea II, and it says, Jewish unleavened bread is to be refused. Whoever even calls on Jews as physicians or bathes with them is to be despised. So how would you justify that?
Why do I have to justify it? The canons are applied through economia. We don't just cite a canon and necessarily apply it. Some of them are relevant to the times and some of them are not.
So you'd say it's not binding today for Eastern Orthodox?
Well, for example, there's canons about riding horses that clerics can't ride horses. The reason that clerics can't ride horses is because in the Middle Ages that was a sign of being part of the nobility, and clerics are not nobility. So, no, we don't have to literally take every canon and apply it. Some of them do, but it depends upon the principles, right? So canon law is church law, and it's the application of church law to various situations. Clay. Thank you. Clay, you can't connect. You want to pop out, pop back in? David.
Hey, Jay, what's up?
What's up?
Hey, I just had a quick comment really quick. I was listening to a discussion between T. Jump, I know, T. Jump, and Eric Steinhardt.
I can't hear you,
know
man.
Who Eric?
T. Jump and
Can
who?
you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead.
Eric Steinhardt.
I don't know who that is. Go ahead. No.
He's like some big G, in the atheist community.
Okay.
Platonist, Platonic atheist.
Okay.
And it was interesting. He actually made all the same points you make to Tom about the Cogito and about how it's loaded with a bunch of metaphysical assumptions.
Right.
And it's loaded with a bunch of assumptions about language. He
Right.
literally made the same points.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I was shocked because I was curious how he would handle it as a Platonist, and he pointed out pretty much everything to you that you do to atheists.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe he watched the debate, but actually, the critiques that I was making of the Cogito, I mean, they're pretty well known. I mean, it's not like nobody has done a critique after Descartes. I mean, it's pretty consistent from Kant to Bertrand Russell. The people have been critiquing the Cogito consistently, but to people that don't study philosophy, they're not typically aware of post Cartesian critiques, and so they just kind of think that the Cogito sounds really cool and deep and like self-evident. But these are they're really well-known classic critiques of the Cogito. So you can usually tell. Again, people think I'm being mean, but you can tell pretty quickly, when and how and if somebody knows what they're talking about in philosophy based on whether they're aware of critiques of the Cogito, for example. Like, if somebody thinks the Cogito is a really solid, awesome philosophical argument, you can pretty easily assume that they're a freshman, sophomoric philosophical person. Someone like you. Someone like you. Equal rights for women. I'm mute.
Feminism fights against the discrimination and advocates for equal rights, opportunities, and treatments, regardless of gender.
Someone.
Women deserve equal rights.
Someone, do you want to talk? Get on mute. Equal rights for women. We got a bunch of stingies today. Anybody want to support the stream via super chats? Somebody send me a super chat. Okay. All right. Well, as soon as I go to you, someone, you leave. So you want to come back? Let's see. Try again. Are you there? Equal rights for women. I'm a feminist rapper. Unmute.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, Jay, can you explain to me how toll houses are dogmatic?
I don't know.
Is they're dogmatic? Like how does
I don't know that they are dogmatic. Is that in the topic? That's not in the topic today. Come on, man. The topics are listed. Garrett, or no, M80. Firecracker, what's up? M785. Unmute.
Hey, I had a question about tag.
Okay.
So your whole argument with like ethics and stuff is like we're made in the image of God, so that's why you can't murder. But isn't that getting an ought from an is? Because you're saying this is a human, so you ought not kill them.
Yeah, but I don't have a is-ought problem because I'm not a materialist and I'm not an empiricist. So it's not a problem for my system. That's a problem for a specific worldview.
Why is it only a problem if it's materialism?
Oh my gosh. Because of the materialist presuppositions and claims and beliefs. If all that exists is matter, then how do you get an ought?
But how do you get an ought just because image of God?
Well, I'm not restricting what exists to matter. So it's a logical conclusion from the position of a materialist. If I'm not a materialist, that's not a problem in my worldview. Let me give an example. Just forget it. Never mind.
Wait, hold on.
Crypto. Unmute.
Yo.
Yep.
Hey, I just have a question about PSA.
Okay.
Well, a few questions. So, is the Orthodox view of what happened at the cross a combination of different theories, like Christus Victor, ransom theory, recapitation, all of that? Is it a combination?
I think you could say that there's elements of the various, quote, theories, but I mean, really there's only one, which is the descent of Christ into Hades to destroy the power of death and then to deify and resurrect the human nature. I mean, that's the only one.
Okay.
But none of that is penal substitution in the classical Protestant sense.
Okay. So just a question, just to sort of play devil's advocate here and defend it. In the Orthodox view, what is the cup? What is inside the cup that Christ refers to in Gethsemane? Because the Protestant line is...
It's just the acceptance of death.
Okay. The second question, is God not angry at sin?
You could say in an anthropomorphic way, God is just, and in that sense we, quote, speak of anger, but God doesn't have passions like a man, so he's not literally physically getting angry and overheated. You could say that the closest analogy would be Christ experiencing righteous anger when he overturns the tables of the money changers, but that's a feature of his human nature, and the other terminology is anthropomorphic. So no, God doesn't have the passion like a man of being anger, but he does have the energy, the attribute of justice.
Right. So, but the best way to accomplish justice would be to pour wrath on the culprit.
Says
right?
who? Why do you? Who says who?
I mean, again, this is just based on like Protestant ideology.
I know, right? So if you read so go watch the video that I did on the Byzantine Synod, which deals with the liturgical argument about the offering. One of the arguments that's made there is that there's nothing that we can give God to pay him off. God is an infinite being. He's not paid off by creatures. And he's also not paid off by one person paying off another divine person. That doesn't make any sense either, because everything is triadic in the Trinity. So there's no paying off. So the offering is the second person of the Godhead offering his human nature to the triad. So he's offering it to the Father in the Spirit, and thus that offering is the healing and rectifying and deifying of the nature that he assumed. That's it. That's what all of it means. So there's no the Son having to pay off the Father in infinite debt. One divine person can't pay off another person. Doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I agree. So,
and by the way, where's the Holy Spirit if it's the Father being paid off by the Son? That's Anselm's view is anti-Trinitarian or subordinationist.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree with that. And then finally, well, just the last three questions. If we don't have a substitute, then what happens to God's wrath and our guilt before him? Like, where does that?
Well, in that sense, Christ is a substitute because he died for us in our place to take the penalty, which is the severing of the human soul from the human body. And then he heals that nature by restoring it to its what's intended to be the deified Edenic state. So he is the substitute. It just doesn't mean what the Protestant thinks it means.
Okay. And then sort of like the biggest defense that Protestants pull out is Isaiah 53. So how do we deal with God being pleased that the suffering servant was crushed?
If you read St. Maximus's disputation with Pyrrhus, the Son is everything that the Son does always pleases the Father, and that's why in the Garden of Gethsemane, when Jesus prayed, "Let this cup pass from me, yet not my will be done, but thy will be done," it means that the divine person of the Son is submitting the human will to the divine will that he shares with the Father. Thus, the Father is always pleased in the actions of the Son, and the supreme action of love is therefore pleasing to the Father. So it's a triadic reality, a triadic action, but it doesn't mean that God the Father was like somehow pleased by damning his Son. That's anti-Trinitarian.
Okay, thank you. And just last question.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for answering those questions.
Sure.
How would you deal with God or with Jesus saying, "Why have you forsaken me"? How do we deal with that?
Yeah, so if you read John Damascus book 3, if you scroll down, the whole passage is discussing what's called appropriation. So when it says that he became a curse, he became sin, he became cursed by hanging on a tree, it means by appropriation as if one cursed. The Son of God could never be hated by God or a curse. He could never be evil. In fact, the New Testament is very clear that his body was always holy. His holy body could never be defiled or impure. He could never literally become sin because sin doesn't have ontological being or existence. It means that he became as if one cursed or seen as one cursed among men. Not that he was literally actually cursed in a divine person sense. So all you need to do is read John Damascus book 3, the last 5 paragraphs to cover this topic.
Okay, got it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. On the Orthodox faith. Clay. I'm a feminist wrap-up. Equal rights for all.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I guess my question is, I'm an atheist. What's your justification for God?
The Transcendental argument.
Right, but so your problem with me is that I don't have justification for logic and stuff like that. But
yeah, there would be no coherent account or justification for logic, metaphysics, and ethics.
So how do you know they need justification?
Well, I think philosophy shows us that we ought to have good reasons for our beliefs.
So what if we just haven't found them yet?
Well, then you wouldn't be able to come and debate against Christianity.
Why not? Why couldn't you just be agnostic?
Because you wouldn't have a justification for the use of logic. So if you can come to the debate and say that I don't have to justify the things that I'm using, then I can come to the debate and say I don't have to justify God.
Well, what if we have these things that appear through empiricism that they exist? We just don't necessarily know all the details.
Okay, well that's storytelling. That's not a justification. So I can engage in the same storytelling. You understand that a debate works tit for tat. So if you can do that, I can do that.
Okay, so your tag gets your justification, but I don't even know how it does quite get there. Can you give me like a couple examples of specifically?
Yes,
how
the last 30 seconds of argumentation with you that your position is not possible.
Oh, the reductio?
That would be part of it, yeah.
But couldn't I just say that to you? Like, you're saying that I don't have a justification. Couldn't I just say, well, it's reductio to your position. You don't have a justification.
So is that what you think a debate is? You think debate is just saying the thing back to the other person?
Well, that's what you're doing to me.
No, I'm not. I'm critiquing your position. Your argument was Listen, your argument was that what if I don't have to give a justification and these things just are? Well, then I can say the same thing back. That's a defeater. You understand? That's a defeater.
Well, my position is that I don't necessarily have a justification, but I don't know.
Okay, then you can't debate.
Well, no, I could because my argument could be that no one does.
First of all, you can't know that no one does, and you wouldn't be able to justify that claim. And if you don't have to justify claims, then I don't have to justify claims.
Well, and that's why it's an agnostic position. We justify it as we do empirically because we know...
Then it's not justified. Then you don't even understand the word justification.
Why can't you justify things empirically?
How do you justify empiricism?
By experience.
Okay, so empiricism is justified by empiricism.
No, that's the definition of empiricism, is that we rely on...
I asked you how to justify it, and your answer was because of empiricism.
Well, what if it's a brute fact that...
Okay, then it's a brute fact that God exists. You don't understand this. Like, you can't think this through?
Yeah, but at least I have an example to
No, you don't. All you had was assertions and circles. Redefinition.
You don't have...
You don't understand. What do you think justification means? This is so low tier. I can't even do it.
I can demonstrate...
You didn't demonstrate anything.
Why can't I demonstrate logic?
You said, what if it's just empiricism? And all I have to do is say, how do you empirically justify empiricism?
Well, what if that's the limitations that humans have?
Okay, what if? What if God exists? Do you understand? None of those things are arguments.
I'm just saying at least...
I'm just saying that God exists. I'm just saying.
I have something to bank on, which is experience and empiricism.
No, you don't. No, you don't, because empiricism is resting on empirical sense data, and I'm asking you to justify that all knowledge comes through empirical sense data. How do you do that?
Well, no, you could say, give me a justification for this, and then this, and then this, and then this. You could go on
No,
forever.
because your response was not a justification, it was a circle.
And how is yours not?
Because I'm not an empiricist. Like, you don't understand that I don't have your system.
Well, no, because you say you have a justification for God, which is reductio and all these things.
Right.
But then I could say...
Those are called arguments. And what you're doing is just stating a story in a system.
No, listen, you have... I could just say, what's your justification for that? What's your justification for God?
That's not what I'm doing. So the fact that you think that just shows you don't even understand what's going on in this conversation. You've argued for a position called empiricism. And do you understand that there are classic defeaters for empiricism? Are you even aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and you think you don't have to address any of the critiques of naive empiricism?
Well, my argument is that I can actually portray or come into a debate even though I'm an empiricist. You're saying I can't even come to debate. We both agree that logic exists.
Okay, you don't even comprehend. Again, you don't even understand the argument. I'm not saying that you physically can't come to debate and do it. I'm saying that you can't consistently do it. You don't understand the difference
You just
between
said
those
I
two.
can't come to debate because I don't have a justification for logic.
And that's what I mean. I'm not saying you physically, literally can't do it. I'm saying you can't consistently do it. You don't understand the difference between these things. Bro, you can't. You think? Did you think Reddit was going to be sufficient for this discussion?
I don't know.
What do you think justification means?
I think it's that you have grounding for you have a reason and grounds to believe it to be true.
Okay, so what is the reason and grounds for empiricism to be true?
That it works when we have
You don't understand why that's a dumb, tard level argument. It works. Works to do what? What does it even mean to work?
Well, okay, if I have one orange and you give me another orange, I have two oranges. Why is that a problem?
Because of David Hume, induction.
And induction, like, we think today is going to be like tomorrow, and tomorrow is going to be like
Yeah, we also think that, women can become men, and so we think all kinds of things. How is that a justification?
Well, that has nothing to do with
It's illustrating the fact that we think something doesn't make it so, and it's not a justification. This is T-jump level stuff.
Do you think, like, the laws of nature are going to change tomorrow?
Oh my gosh. No, that's not the question of justification. The question is, how do you prove that?
I don't either. And I don't
Thinking that doesn't have, again, slow down or you're booted. This is a total waste of time. Thinking that is not the same thing as proving that. You don't understand the difference between thinking it and proving it?
Why can't everything be probabilistic? You don't have
How do you, because you understand you keep making universal statements that you can't make sense of. How do you know everything is that?
No, I'm making probabilistic statements.
You said everything is, dude, hey dummy. Everything is probabilistic. Every is a universal quantifier.
Well, you can
All right.
make a statement
Oh
about
my gosh.
everything. What's the problem with making a statement about everything?
Go take a philosophy class. Go take a epistemology class. Read David Hume. And the point is not can you make the statement, but can you make sense of the statement? How do you have If you're an empiricist, you don't have universal experience.
Are you saying that your claim that God exists is not circular?
Stop changing the subject. You said everything. How do you make a universal claim if you don't have universal experience as an empiricist?
No, everything in our experience is
You don't even know everything in our experience. You're a limited, finite being.
That's the point.
Oh my gosh. This is, dude, go back to Reddit. This is, you don't even understand what the arguments are. Demetrios, try again, Muslim. Demetrios, unmute. I gotta calm down. Why do you even come in here if you're not gonna unmute, dummy? Demetrios, do you want to talk? You have to unmute yourself. I'm about to just block this dude because he never brings anything coherent. Callum.
Hello?
Yep.
Hey, what's going on?
What's on your mind?
What's it? Your title debate case.
What?
Islam. Huh?
Speak up, I can't hear you. What are you saying?
Your title.
Okay, what about it?
My own? Multiple religions, no?
Say what?
Multiple
Am I on?
religions.
Can you hear me?
One at a time. Hold on, Dee.
Okay.
We'll get your double D's in here in a minute. Go ahead, bro. Callum, what's up?
Yeah. Give me a sec. I'll walk outside real quick. Yeah, why the multiple religions? He's only Muslim, no?
I can't hear what you're saying, but we always open it up for multiple religious debate topics. I'm Orthodox, and so I debate all the time.
Who are you referring to when you say Tate?
Who do you think I'm talking about? Like, what other Tate might it be? Tater tots? I mean, Napoleon Dynamite's tater tots? What do you think?
Well, I think you're on about, what's it?
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
You're about Andrew Tate, no?
Yeah, so we debate Islam because the Tate's pushing Islam. That's why I put Tate in the title. So what's up? Do you have an argument or what's up?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm all down to say how it's turned him into a nastier person. I'm just confused why you've put Catholicism, atheism, Protestant, Jew in it as well.
Because I always debate these people. I debate the people from all of those positions. Does that help?
Yes, okay. I understand. What's
Okay.
your problem with it?
I disagree with all these positions. That's why.
What's wrong with having a difference of opinion?
I don't have a problem with a difference of opinion. That's why we debate to see which position's correct.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Why is your position correct? I'm a Christian too, but I'm curious.
All right. Too low tier. Garrett, you want to try again? Dude ran off 100 people, putting me to sleep. What's up, dude? Garrett. Bring the heat.
Yo, Jay.
Yeah?
I got a question about the crucifixion.
Okay.
So he was nailed. So apparently Jesus was nailed to a cross, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Was that with like real nails and all that?
What's your IQ? Do you know?
80.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just joking with you. Yeah, I think it was real nails.
All right. So why would God want to go through that pain, that violence, that bloodshed? I mean, the whole Christianity is pretty much surrounded around the resurrection, and it's very sad and gloomy, doomy story.
Well, the story in the Orthodox Church is the glory of the resurrection, and it's actually a positive thing because it's the destruction of death. So the whole point of it is not what Roman Catholics always obsess on with the passion and the crucifixion. It's the resurrection is the whole point, and so it's very positive in Orthodoxy.
So what would happen before that?
What do you mean?
If he wouldn't have died on the cross, what would happen to human beings?
I think Christ chose to do that. It was always his plan to incarnate. So even if he had not, if man had not fallen, we believe that Jesus was still going to become incarnate. So it wasn't just to die.
So he would still become down as a human being to experience human things?
Yes.
Or why would he
Correct.
even want to? Oh, okay.
Because God
To
always had the
experience all
intent. God always had the intention of drawing us to Himself and to deify us and to make us sons of God. And so the death of Christ and the crucifixion and all that was part of the plan because man fell. But if man had not fallen, we still believe that God would have given us grace and made us sons of God.
No, the only question I have with him being a son of God is, wouldn't it make more sense of him coming down more as a woman?
Well, he's the eternal second person of the Godhead. He is the eternal Son of God. So he didn't come down to become a son. He was always the Son. If God's eternally God the Father, then he eternally had a son.
Okay, but why is it just a man? Why couldn't it be both?
Because man is created directly in the image of God and woman is created in the image of man. So man and Adam was the head or the federal head of all of humanity. Christ is the new Adam, and thus he's the head of all of the new humanity in him, not woman.
Well, they had got the image of a woman through just out of blind consciousness?
I don't know what that
I
means.
mean,
No. Adam is made in the image of God. Eve is made in the image of Adam. So she's still in the image of God, but she's more directly in the image of Adam. So she's the helpmeet to Adam. She's not the head of the human race like Adam was. That's why Christ took on human nature and became as a man, because he's the Son of God. And so he's the new Adam representing all of the human race in him.
Well, so if he's representing all the human race, then why is all the ancient documents going back to Göbekli Tepe and all these ancient Mayan sites?
The Göbekli Tepe stuff, I can't do it. From a point of view. Megalithic Anunnaki. My teeth are in anarchy. Go ahead, from a point of view.
Hey Jay, how are you doing?
Good. What's up?
I'm doing well as well.
All right, what's on your mind?
I just want to give my 2 cents on what's been going on with with what happened last night and what's happening today with the atheism stuff. And
what happened last night? You talking about that guy? I already forgot his name. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Jake.
Okay, yeah. What about it?
And I've just noticed recently that a lot of these atheists, I don't understand why a lot of them don't take any like philosophy, epistemology classes to at least be like knowledgeable on the subjects that they're trying to debate on.
That is a fair question, and I appreciate that. And I will tell you why it is, and it's because the people that they look to, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, literally like that level. Neil deGrasse Tyson actually says, "Don't waste your time in philosophy. Do not take philosophy." And he knows that because the philosophers are the people that ask him the questions that he can't answer and make him look dumb. And so they're just following the goobers that they look up to. That's why. Literally, that's why. Clay, do you want to try again?
Hey, Jay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so my question is about this specific doctrine in Oneness Pentecostalism. I have a friend who I'm really close with, and I'm now working with them, and the main thing that comes up, and I think one of their biggest arguments that they try to make a case for is baptism in Jesus' name. So are you familiar with this?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've studied it quite a bit, and I'm aware of some of the arguments to counter this, but I was wondering what your take on that is.
Well, first of all, why would we think that that passage is the passage that we then squeeze every other passage into to the detriment of all the other passages? For example, if you go back to my 3-hour lecture through the theophanies in the Torah, I mean, think of the silliness of taking one passage that says baptism in the name of the Lord or in the name of Jesus, and then saying, therefore, every passage that talks about the triad and the three persons must be squeezed into modalism. I mean, it is utterly stupid. And so I'm not trying to be mean to you, but the people who would believe that are probably not very intelligent people. It's like debating with Muslims. It's usually a lot of the same types of arguments, literally, like modalists and Muslims often have the same types of arguments. So I would start with saying, look, rather than taking a passage that just says, that talks about the form of baptism, like, you understand there's like probably several hundred passages that talk about the persons, and Jesus literally calling the Father a person that he prays to and has a relationship with, talking about the Spirit being another person that he will send who will act and do things in a certain way. I mean, it's just utterly ridiculous. And by the way, every cult does this, where they will take one passage and they will say, every other passage must submit and be squeezed into my understanding of this one passage. So their whole presuppositional approach is wrong. But I mean, just because it says baptized in the name of the Lord, in the name of Jesus, that doesn't mean it's talking about the form. It's just saying that it's including the triad under one person.
Right. It gives like the Greek onomati in, I think, Acts 2:38, but throughout Acts, sometimes it's onoma, sometimes it's onomati, sometimes it's in the name of the Lord.
Yeah, how is that going to tell you the form?
Right. Well, what I try to argue is that they're recording what was happening, during these times of evangelizing. This many people got baptized in the name of the Lord. They're explaining what happened, and also it's a
Correct.
Jesus baptism. It's not a John baptism or a Jewish baptism.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
Good points.
So
they're assuming that it's telling you the form that the ritual's being done. And even if that was the case, like, how would that necessarily mean that there's only one person in the Trinity? It's just literally stupid. I mean, it's like literally the level. I'm not trying to be mean to you, but this is the level of the Black Hebrew Israelites that will argue that Jesus is a black dude because the Song of Solomon talks about like weird hair or something. I don't know what their argument is. Wool hair or something stupid. Shmooly. Got to unmute.
Hi, Jay.
English not my native language. Just a question coming back. Why would God in the form of Jesus come to earth if we did not experience the fall and thus we're still in perfect communion with God? Why would it still be his plan from Jesus to come to earth?
Well, because we think that that man was made in the image of Christ, the Logos. So that being that's walking in the garden with Adam and Eve, that being that appears, is, we think, the second person of the Godhead, because in John 5, Jesus says, for example, no one sees the Father at any time. So we know it's not God the Father that's manifesting and having his presence in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. So we think that must be the angel of the Lord, the angel messenger, the messenger of the covenant, the Son of Yahweh.
Okay.
And so if man is made in his image, then we believe it was always God's intention to have sons of God. This is why Adam, for example, is called the son of God when he's created, right?
All right, but we did fall as mankind, so we went to earth.
Well, we don't think the fall is what sent us to earth. So we think Eden was on it.
I mean, how to say? All right, so we didn't go to earth, but we left the garden, so to say.
Right.
Why is it still Jesus' plan to still come to earth?
Well, the plan now includes healing and redeeming our nature, which fell in Adam.
All right. Perfect. So it wasn't. It wasn't like the plan changed. He always was with us in the garden.
Correct.
And all right, perfect.
That's our
Thank you.
position. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, good question. Based citizen. By the way, it's open forum. If you have a question, if you have a topic, you want to debate, you want to prove Islam, you want to prove Roman Catholicism, you want to prove atheism, you want to prove Protestantism, you want to prove Judaism, you want to prove Gnosticism, you want to prove paganism, you want to prove Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, Unitarianism, hit request to speak. You want to prove Baptist theology, but please address the arguments. I will call you back to the argument if you blow past it, like the Baptist dude that didn't want to address the fact that his argument was bad. Bay Citizen, what's up?
I'm reporting from like the depths of TikTok, right?
Uh-oh.
So I'm Orthodox for context. I'm Orthodox, right?
Okay.
So I just came off a discussion, and obviously Muslims permeate that app. But again, I brought the whole dilemma with, okay, if I'm a 7th century Muslim and I want to go to check the previous revelation which came before, what text would I check from like what all the surahs and ayahs that they have in theirs, like 546, 547, all and so forth. But they just kept saying, "Oh yeah, I'll go to check the Quran just to see what the Torah said." So I'm wondering,
that's stupid.
Or they're all, or is that the only response that they have to?
Well, number one, that's the incredibly stupid response. Are you there?
Yeah. I'm just feel like I'm losing my mind every single time I talk to them.
Okay, so like, if the Quran says you can confirm this new revelation with what came before, and then they're saying, and then you judge what came before by the new, they've just contradicted themselves and the Quran.
Right, it's a full circle. You either say, well,
yeah, so they're that
go
stupid,
against
right?
the text. Yeah, it's stupid. Okay, yeah. Just curious to make sure. And by the way,
That's why what you ought to do is challenge them to restate the hypothetical, and they can't do it. I've only had one Muslim in the last week be able to do it.
Listen, I shit you not. I did it 5 times. They couldn't do it.
Yeah. This is amazing, right? This is like there's some like peer-reviewed study in here somewhere. Like something's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, but before I go, please come to TikTok more often, man.
I'm actually thinking about I mean, we're kind of dwindling over here. I might actually hop over there right now. I'm tempted to.
I think I'm one of your mods.
Oh, cool. Okay, yeah. Well, I might do it. Give me a second here. We might hop over. I gotta go TT, go to the bathroom, and then I might hop over there. Uriel. We got a Gnostic man. He's called the Aeon. Ooh, mystical. What's up, Gnostic man? Uriel.
What's up, Jay? How you doing, man?
Good. What's on your mind?
I had a question. I hear people often say that like Moses was like a Jew, but And I'm not, don't get it twisted, I'm not a black Hebrew Israelite with the Jewish stuff or anything like that, but I was just wondering, like, if the tribes of Israel, if only one of the tribes of Israel was Judah, why do people consider all of the Israel as Jews?
It just became a catch-all term. A Judaite eventually becomes a term for everybody of that people group.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's all. I just hear people do it all the time, and I wasn't sure about that.
I mean, if you look up the Strong's entry for Yehudite, it says something like that. I thought I had it pulled up, but I have the other. Let me see if I can find it.
Because I'm a Christian. I'm not a Gnostic. I am a Christian, but I was just wondering, you know. I like to debate people a lot too. And
I mean, I don't. Somebody was commenting the other day as to the exact time period when the entire group of Jews started to be called Yehudites, and I don't remember if it was like under the Babylonians or under the Roman Empire. But at some point, it just became a catch-all term for everybody of that people group.
Okay, so it's probably like around the time, like after the other 10 Israel tribes, like were dispersed, and then like Judah
that makes sense probably, but I don't remember what I was reading.
Okay, yeah, that's all I wanted, man.
Thank you.
But yeah, have a good day, man.
You good?
Thanks.
Yeah, good question. Oh no. What's up, dude? I'm
Yeah, I'm good, man. I had a question. The question is, in the Canon Bible, does it mention that there will be teachings of the early church fathers that we should listen to?
In the Canon Bible?
In the 66 books, does it mention that there will be...
Well, I'm not a Protestant, so I don't believe in 66 books.
Okay, in the 73 books, how many books do you believe in?
Yeah, I believe the Orthodox canon.
Okay, how many is in the Orthodox canon? Like which
73, 4. It depends on whether Third Maccabees and Esdras is in there.
Let's just go to 74 then. In the 74 books of the Orthodox canon, does it mention that we should follow the teachings of the early church fathers?
Yes.
Where?
When Paul talks about following the traditions of the apostles and their successors.
The traditions that they passed on, what traditions are they talking about?
Well, I think Paul, for example, gave us liturgies.
Paul gave us liturgies?
Mm-hmm.
Where are they documented?
In the ancient churches that Paul established that have liturgies.
In the ancient church that Paul established, I mean, he mentioned 7 churches. They're all doing things slightly different. That's why he wrote 7 letters.
Yeah, but those are not the only churches that Paul established. But what I'm saying is that most scholars, even Protestant scholars and historians, will admit that there are apostolic era liturgies that come from the apostles.
Okay, but does the Bible teach us to follow those?
Yes.
Is there like clear teachings of
yes.
that?
It's called apostolic succession.
And the apostolic succession is built on Petros?
On what?
Peter?
No, I'm not a Roman Catholic.
Okay, so where did it stem from?
Stems from the entire college of the apostles, Matthew 16, Matthew 18, and Paul's letters to Timothy, where he says that if you, after me, lay hands on men, the gift of the Holy Spirit is transferred to those men.
Okay, but it talks of the positions of there will be apostles, there'll be evangelists, there'll be pastors. These are things that people will be.
Yeah, that's appropriate for the apostolic era, but it's not appropriate when the apostles die. There's no longer apostles, they're their successors.
The successors.
Correct.
Okay, so when did the apostolic lineage continue? Does it go down one thread? Can we have multiple apostles? Or
every apostle went and established sees throughout the Roman Empire, as pretty much every Protestant scholar admits.
Oh, okay, but I don't listen to the majority of people. I listen to the Word of God.
I don't think that you have an account for even knowing what the Word of God is.
Of course I do. I do.
And what's your account of it?
The account, you can identify the Word of God through the language that it's used in.
So how do you know you're identifying the right language?
Well, in Hebrew and Greek, it's spoken 3 languages. And
so everything in Hebrew and Greek is part of the Word of God?
No.
Okay, so that's why it doesn't work. So how do you know you have the right canon of Scripture?
Thank you. I'd love to elaborate on this one. It's very, very interesting. To identify the Word of God, there is a code that runs all the way through it. In Isaiah.
Code. What's the mystical mystery code?
Well, it's called Gematria. The rabbis
okay, so I knew it. Here we go. Exactly. So here we go. All of this wasting our time to get to a total retardation.
Hey, Jay. Okay, instead of making an ad hominem, if I place an...
You're a quack. Get out of here. Notice that waste of time. And we got all of that was to get to gematria nonsense. Oh my gosh. Today is the day of like crazy people. I like it. Energetic llama. You notice how it sounded like it was going to be this like Protestant. It was going to be this like sound apologetic Protestant position, and then what do we get to? Gematria is the key to understanding the canon of Scripture. Energetic llama. Wow us. Where can we go next? That was awesome. Imagine thinking that gematria would tell you the canon of Scripture. Marcus Gorby.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Hello. So my question is regarding the Orthodox view of the Atonement. I don't really understand how Christ healing our nature by partaking of the human nature, why is that strictly necessary and not arbitrary? I mean, why couldn't God just by his omnipotence, like that? That's something I struggle to understand.
Because I think that's not really the way God works, and it's not the way that God created the world. He created a world to have things with their own natures that run according to their own properties and principles and laws and reasonings. So human nature is what it is. It runs in its own way. It does things proper to itself. It expresses itself in certain ways. Angelic nature runs its own way and expresses itself. And that's because God, in a way, created the world in his image. But particularly man is made in his image. So man has a particularly supreme place in the created order. So God doesn't typically work that way where he just sort of like wills it to be the case. Rather, he works through principles that reflect him and the metaphysics of God and the metaphysics of the Trinity. So things have natures. They are their own causes. This is called secondary causation. And so the beings when Adam fell, the way that you would redeem that damaged nature would be to take it on and to demonstrate your love through that. If God were to just sort of like blink and make it so or will it to be so, it doesn't really demonstrate, number one, God's love for humanity, and it doesn't demonstrate the desire that God had to actually identify with and become humanity to make us also sons of God. So it's a much more, I think, powerful demonstration of the overflowing goodness of God rather than just sort of arbitrarily willing things to be this way or that way.
That makes perfect sense. It's one of the things the view of the atonement and how it works with Christ healing our nature is one of the things that makes Orthodox Christianity appealing to me.
Yeah.
One last question, if you don't mind. I know that you like the presuppositionalist approach, but would you say that as an Orthodox Christian you can still use arguments like that of the fine-tuning and intelligent design? I happen to find those rather convincing. What is that outside the scope of Orthodox apologetics?
No, I think fine-tuning is very relevant. I think all forms of evidences are very relevant. It's just how you use them. And so if you try to use them in a way that's out of the domain of how they work or what's proper to them or outside of their limits, then I think it doesn't work. Like, for example, if somebody were to say, and fine-tuning is just kind of another type of telos or teleological argument. Like, if I just say, look, teleological argument, therefore God, it's not a very good argument because what God? And you're assuming that, number one, there is order in the universe, and there is, but why would that necessarily lead me to the Christian God? Why doesn't it lead me to some other weird deity? I mean, it's just a lot of ultimately the classical arguments assume what they're trying to prove, right? It assumes that these metaphysical principles are the case and that it leads to the Christian God, but they don't necessarily. And most of the classical theological or apologetic proponents admit that it doesn't prove a Christian God. Well, what use is an argument that me, a Satanist, and a Scientologist, and a Jehovah's Witness all share? I don't think that's a very good argument. But if we're talking about things like, let's say an atheist came and said, there's no historical evidence for the existence of the person Jesus. Okay, at that point, it would be necessary and appropriate to bring forth evidences. But I'm not going to argue that because there's those evidences, it makes Christianity true. That's a non sequitur. But the evidences can specifically refute the specific claim of the atheist that there's no historical evidence of Jesus. But when you try to use these types of arguments that assume a whole lot, a really proficient, sophisticated atheist is just going to say, well, that's interesting, but it doesn't follow that Christianity is true from the fact that a guy rose from the dead, right? I mean, Jews have in their Torah, for example, or excuse me, in the writings of the historical books, Elisha, different people raising people from the dead. So does that mean that Christianity is true? No, it's a non sequitur. So in other words, the resurrection only, quote, proves Christianity if the entire message of Christianity is true, thus giving the resurrection the context and the meaning that it's supposed to have. So that's why evidences are absolutely necessary when they're used in the proper way, but evidentialists misuse those arguments in a way that vindicates and helps atheists argue against us.
Right. Thank you. Makes sense.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good question. Appreciate that. Good. Now today has been just off the hook. I mean, it has been wild. Okay, and I'm having fun. Okay, there was one guy where I just almost, but I'm having fun. Anonymous sends $17.76. The answer not today for 77 cents. Ruben $10. It is late in Europe. If you do TikTok, it's going to be tiring at work. Well, I want to. I'll tell you what, if it slows down over here on Twitter, I will. But I mean, it's going to be tough. Like, do we want to go into Hades? We need Beatrice, we need Deontay, and we need Virgil. Okay, my boy Virgil, my boy Beatrice, my girl Beatrice, who used to be a boy, now I'm a girl, Beatrix, and Deontay, going to take us down into the inferno that is called TikTok. Okay, I'm talking about TikTok as the descent, the Catabasis. Do I have the energy to do a Catabasis into TikTok? I'm not sure. It's a challenge because it's mad. And we've already had we've got like an 8 on a 10 of madness over here on Twitter. Okay, so we're level 8 madness. I don't know if I could take a 10 or a level 15 TikTok moon beaver madness, but I'm tempted to just because it's so crazy. Nico. But there are a lot of Muslims. I'll tell you what, if we want to get some Muslims, we could definitely get it over on TikTok. That guy that just hopped in here, that's one of the mods on TikTok, my mods on TikTok, he said that he asked 5 Muslims to restate the hypothetical and none of them could do it. And I believe him. Nico, what's up?
Hey, Jay. Hey, Jay. Just wondering how so Muslims see their God as the creator of good and evil and that he transcends good and evil.
Right.
What would be the critique of that? Because I haven't really been able to...
Well, that would be a weird form of dualism or Zoroastrianism. Why would we think that... what does it even mean to say evil has existence or is a creation? Anything that is created has existence or being. So now you're giving ontological status to, quote, evil, which is just kind of stupid. So they would have to account for, okay, so is everything that Allah creates, so is evil eternal? And if evil is now eternal, then what are we, dualists? I mean, it's just kind of silly.
Right, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we think about the fact that Allah is the greatest of deceivers, and Allah deceived all the Christians by tricking them about Jesus being crucified, then I was thinking about this the other day. What does that actually say about the God of Islam? Who does Jesus say is the deceiver from the beginning? Oh, Satan. Oh, so if the God of Islam is the greatest of deceivers, and Jesus says that the devil was the deceiver from the beginning, then imagine the stupidity of Roman Catholics thinking that Muslims and Catholics worship the same God. Oh, wait, maybe they do. Energetic Llama, you want to try again? Go ahead, man. Are you there? Dude, you gotta turn your mic on, man. You've never used Twitter? What's up? Bill. We got a boomer name. Bill. What's up, Bill?
Oh, I think it's me.
Yeah, you finally got on. Go ahead, Llama.
Yeah, I got on. Yeah, all right, okay, cool. So my question is, can we not say that all arguments for God or...
Bro, you gotta have to chill it. You have to chill out and talk softer. You're way too aggressive.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just joking, man. Come on, speak up. I can't hear you. You're too soft. You sound like a human pillow. Speak up.
Can we not say that all arguments come under this banner that we call logic and rationality, but logic and rationality come underneath the banner that is the present moment, as in all logical arguments are in response to what human organisms experience first, and then they kind of categorize their experience into, the components that we call logic. So how can you use logic to prove something that is in a league beyond the limits of logic and rationality?
Well, I think the point of the transcendental argument is partly that there are limits to logic, but the possibility of any logic at all requires revelatory theism or the Christian God. So that's actually part of the point of the argument, is that logic itself can only get you so far and only do so much, but that the tag argument is actually prior to logic itself. And that's what a lot of people miss, because they say, well, but aren't you using logic? I am using logic, but it's a category mistake to think that using logic makes logic primary, or that it's ultimate or has some sort of epistemic priority. I'm using logic to show that logic actually isn't even ultimate or primary. God is.
I see. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great question. Also, get a hold of chalk.com. Use the promo code J44Life. That's JAY44LIFE. And, divest yourself of the pillow and increase your toxic masculinity. Boomer Bill, what's up?
Hey, good evening, Jay. Thanks for taking the call. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, just had a quick question for you. Listening for a while. Actually, friends with Benny Wills. We hung out for a minute there.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Benny's a good guy.
Little Tennessee. And we always go back and forth talking about this topic. It's good stuff. I was just curious, what in the worldview of Orthodoxy, how is someone that does not have access to this information, do they have access to God, I guess is my question.
I mean, God can meet anybody anywhere in his own ways, and we leave that up to God. So, Jesus says, to whom much is given, much is required. Paul says that those who are without law will be judged without law, according to the law of nature. I mean, we just don't know. We're not told any of that. So we kind of don't try to make pronouncements or even go there. Ruben for $10. Oh, excuse me, I already read that. Theophon, $3. I signed up for your website and the gold membership. Are the essays that are in the red book included in the website archives for members? I think most of the essays are still available on the website, so yes. If there's any that are not, it might be one or two that somehow got deleted or lost in the mix, but I think most of them are. Father Deacon, are you here? Are you available, or are you just popping in?
No, what was the question? Sorry, forgive me.
There wasn't a question. I'm just asking if you're available.
Oh, here, I'm available.
We got a question. I have to run to the little girl's room. Do you want to continue to join us, or can I let? So I'll ask you this question. John Doe says for $5. Father Deacon, Jesus says everything that the Father has, he also possesses. Doesn't this prove filioque?
No, we've talked about this too. The distinction between is he speaking everything that the Father has in terms of essence or hypostatic properties? Obviously, the hypostatic properties that distinguish the persons of the Trinity, that the Father is monarchia, sole cause. That's precisely the name that we're given to give to the Father, that the Son does not actually possess. So we actually, when that question arises, have to ask, what is Christ referring to? Nature or person? And again, part of these problems is when we collapse nature and person. So it seems that one of the problems that I guess you could critique the Filioque is that it's failing to make this distinction in an important way here, so that it's giving Christ the property being causal upon the Holy Spirit too, as far as procession, so that you have two causes. Now, that's a problem. And it's a problem that precisely seems because the failure to be able to distinguish between nature and person. So, good question. But that's what I'd say. And remember, when reading scripture too, words have their meanings in context, within the context of the whole. So it's never fruitful or helpful to just pick a verse or a quote and build your entire theology from that, or philosophy, whatever you may be doing. You have to take it as a whole.
Yeah.
We know there's a distinction between nature and person.
Yeah.
And so therefore, how do I understand that verse? Well, he must be referring to nature. What we would call, the indwelling, the perichoresis, the sharing of the properties of nature does not mean that they share all hypostatic properties. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's a great explanation. Yeah, the Cappadocians have a statement that everything that the Father has, the Son has, except for the causality or the hypostatic property. That's a classic Cappadocian dictum. Thank you for that, Father Deacon. Chager. You got to unmute. Che Guevara, do you want to talk?
Oh, no, I'm just listening right now. Thank you.
Okay. Elisha Love.
Hey, thanks for having me.
What's up?
I was talking with you a little bit ago on the comments section. I was talking about tag and how it I was talking about how it goes to a revelatory God. And you were talking about how it proves the entire, or how you're arguing for the entire worldview.
Right.
And I was just thinking, with the worldview of just a God who hasn't yet revealed himself, I guess, to humanity through some sort of...
Well, a God like that would not be do any work to do any grounding, so you wouldn't know anything about that deity if you... And how would you know he hasn't... how would you know there is a deity if he hasn't revealed himself to humanity yet?
Well, wouldn't you be able to discover that through the transcendental argument?
No, the transcendental argument is not a discovery of God. It's an argument about God's existence being prior to the doing of any logic or any argumentation at all. It's not a rational discovery of God.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good question.
By the way, I would point you to my paper. That's why I put it in the disjunct between revelatory theism and autonomous epistemology. Because remember, people always ask, well, you'd have to eliminate every single worldview if you're going to prove the impossible. Contrary, how do you know that there's not some religion that would actually, it could be an infinite amount that could actually satisfy the conditions of tag. But that's why I put it in revealed. So you're telling me there's a revealed, unrevealed religion that we might be missing? and we might be missing it because it's not revealed. So obviously that's why it's revelatory theism. Otherwise, we're back exactly where you said. You're doing an autonomous epistemology. You're building a system, and well, then I'm going to discover this unknown God through my own made-up fictional, metaphysical, epistemological narrative that I can't justify, which ends up being a defeater for knowledge. So it must be revelatory theism. Then you have only a few options to look at.
Yeah. Will says for $20, you need to bring holy water when you go into the Hades of TikTok, eye drops and all. That is correct. It would be a challenge. It would be necessary. Paulus. Paulus, what's up? Unmute. Paulus, unmute. What's up?
Hello, sorry about that. Can you hear me? Great tuning into you there, Jay. I only sort of discovered you recently. I like what you're doing. I'm, as you can see, I'm Irish from Dublin, Ireland.
No.
I've travelled the lands.
No way.
I've been to Lebanon. I've been in Gaza. Basically, what I just wanted to ask you, Jay, I wanted to get your opinion on the words of Christ with the woman at the well when he said to her that salvation is of the Jews. Would he be referring to the Jews that are in existence?
Right, so the woman at the well is an example of the Samaritans, and the Samaritans were considered schismatics. They date back to the time of the schism between the southern tribes and the northern tribes, and they believed that the way to worship was at Jacob's well, as well as at Dan and Bethel, which were actually state-created worship sites. But we know that the approved place to worship was in in Jerusalem at the temple. So Jesus corrects the woman at the well and says, you in fact were schismatic. However, now the covenant is being opened to everyone, and that includes you as well. So he's inviting her into the covenant, but he is correcting her position as a Samaritan of being schismatic, and that no, it was only with the Jews or the Judeans or the worship at the temple that was the quote Orthodox worship site. So that's the point of the argument. Rabbinic Judaism theologically has departed, obviously, from what Christianity teaches and what is, we think, the authentic Hebrew tradition. But I would say, yes, the church fathers do say that there is a future conversion of the Jews. And so in some sense, Jews still exist in some continuity.
So just in your own opinion there, that not that I'm anti-Semite or anything like that, like sometimes
You're cutting out. I can't hear you.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. No, I spent time. I'm not an anti-Semite or nothing. I spent time with the Jews. I spent time with the Arab. Great people, both of them. But I'm just a little bit concerned about the way things are going today. And I was just wondering, in your own opinion, are the Jews justified in what they're doing? Considering that Christ's salvation is of the Jew.
Again, I don't think that the promise of the salvation of the Jews is one-to-one applicable to today's rabbinic Judaism. So, no, I would not accept that. What we had to do that was going to come on, then he dropped off. Where'd he go? Ex-Muslim. Gotta unmute, man. Ex-Muslim. Unmute. Dude, you were signaling me for like an hour. And now you don't want to talk? Gary. Gary.
Hey, Jay.
Yes, sir.
I just had a question on some Gnostic stuff that I was talking with a buddy about. We talked about this a little bit before. I called in before, but it wasn't Gnostic Day. I was pointing out the theophanies in the Old Testament, and this person's rejection to it was just that they don't interpret those that way, that they're looked at in a different way, that this is somehow some weird deity that's the demiurge or some. I'm not really. It's very strange. I'm just not understanding what is a defeater for something like this.
Well, I mean, just saying that we don't interpret it that way, it's a demiurge, doesn't mean that that's the case. I mean, they're going to have to be consistent with all of the passages that talk about the fact that there is one God, one Father. He doesn't give his glory to another, and yet we have the revelation or the manifestation of Father, Angel, Yahweh, and Spirit. So we have to take all of the passages collectively, and usually when it comes to these kinds of groups or these sects or these weirdos, they don't focus on all the passages and making them all harmonized. They pick one. And they say, no, you see, everything must be squeezed into this one passage. And so everything then becomes some weird sectarian thing. So just saying that, well, we interpret it as this thing, they're going to have to be consistent and make all of that work. So first of all, if it's another deity, then why would we don't believe there's multiple deities. There's only one God.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it would fall apart on its own as you would go through all of Scripture. And that's what I was telling him, is that it doesn't seem like it would be, okay. And then I have one more question. It's about Orthodoxy, and if it's not on subject, you can just skip and go to somebody else.
What's the question?
So I've been attending for about a year, and I hadn't done research into all of them. And the church and the father that I'm underneath now, it's all OCA stuff. And I don't have anything near me that's not either Greek or OCA.
Well, I wouldn't judge it. I wouldn't worry about the jurisdiction as much as just, is the priest good? Is it good? Are you getting spiritually fed?
Okay.
As Randy Ball says.
Yeah, okay. And it is a good church. So I was just curious with some of the things that, I had known that you were going through, and some of the things that I see that could be problems, potentially, I guess, future-wise. I didn't know if, because it felt...
I think that's just sectors. I think we have a lot of people in the OCA that like what we do and like us. So I think there's just sectors and areas that have issues, and, we can't paint with broad strokes everybody, but you just have to be on the lookout and beware that, it could go bad, but that could happen anywhere.
Okay. Thank you, Jay.
That's a great question. Got that Randy Ball's wisdom. Uh-oh. Neo-Platonists. Oh, here we go. Today's a bunch of wild boys. It's getting wild. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just an Islamic Neoplatonist. I was just wondering to try to follow your argument against the Muslims and the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so...
Can you restate it?
Basically that there's certain passages in the Quran that a 6th century or 7th century Arab or Christian or Jew would have to that's telling them to go back to their own scripture to
do what?
To confirm what the Quran is saying.
Okay.
So as a kind of verification. So
hold on. So congratulations, you are 2 of 50 Muslims that have successfully restated it within the past week.
Yeah, the Salafis have a it's a low IQ kind of thing. Anyways,
well, I don't think it's just them, but go ahead.
Okay. I guess the question would be, and I'm sure you've heard this kind of response, but what would you say to someone that says that whatever scripture, say, the 7th century Christians were reading is probably some kind of strange collection of Gnostic books that are not the modern Bible or something like that.
I mean, do you understand that we can go and read the church fathers and people from the 7th century? We actually refer to them all the time. They cite extensively the text of Scripture. We have many collections of New Testament, Old Testament texts that far precede the 7th century, so that would be an absurd claim.
All right.
I mean, you understand we got, like, do you see me when I'm usually at my other place? There's 38 volumes of writings behind me. Most of those writings are from prior to the 7th century. And within that 38 volumes, for example, you would probably have multiple, you would probably have the entire Bible cited probably multiple times in that entire collection. So it's preposterous to think or to assert that type of a claim that the Christians... Now, I will say this, you might be actually onto something, because I do believe that what Muhammad thought Christianity taught and said was absolutely influenced by Gnostic texts like are cited in the Quran, such as the Testament of Abraham, the Testament of Adam. There's Talmudic passages that are cited in the Quran, so in that sense, yes. But that's ironic, because it's actually the Quran that's pulling from the Talmud, not the Christian texts.
And there's also, I've heard historical critical scholars talk about how the Quran pulls certain symbolism from Gnostic that can be found in like Gnostic texts.
Yeah, like the story of Jesus healing the bird or whatever, the clay bird.
Yeah, exactly. But, okay, if I just assume, for example, if I take for granted that Islam endorses the Quran endorses the New Testament, what then would be the defeater there?
Well, the teaching of the Old Testament and the New Testament are absolutely contrary to what the teaching of the Quran is on fundamental levels in many, many places.
Well, if we were to read them through a kind of... can you give some examples of that?
Well, yeah, the Torah teaches the Trinity in about 3 hours worth of text that I just lectured through. The New Testament teaches the deity of Christ and the Trinity in every chapter of the Gospel of John.
So I guess then the argument becomes a question of interpretation?
No, it becomes a question of the fact that the Bible is not what the Quran teaches, and so the Quran is false to say that you can confirm the Quran with what's in the Bible.
Okay.
Let's give a really clear example. Jesus says many, many times in the Gospels, particularly the Gospel of John, that God is his Father. But the Quran teaches that Allah has no sons and Allah is not a father.
Yeah, I guess I just don't... what if the referent of the two passages is different in there? Especially because, I don't know...
What does that even mean? The referent of the two passages is different. Jesus calls God the Father in dozens and dozens of passages. What do you mean?
Like in the Quran, when they're talking about Allah having no sons, like in Surat Ikhlas.
I mean, you don't think that's intending to reject the Christian idea?
I think that's a kind of invention of modern scholarship.
What is?
That it's a direct, or not modern scholarship, but that doesn't appear, that interpretation of that surah doesn't appear until 2 centuries after the Prophet, I'm pretty sure, died. So
hold on, are you Shia?
I'm an Akbarian. I don't know if you know what that is.
No, I don't.
So yeah, I'll just say I'm Shia, but not a Twelver.
Okay, so you think God does have sons and that he is a father?
It depends what you mean by sons. I would kind of interpret that in a kind of way that, I guess I kind of take the...
Does the Quran mean what Jesus means when he says dozens of times over that God is the Father?
Well, what does it mean in your interpretation of the Bible?
It means the Trinity, obviously.
Yeah. So is the Trinity something that... because you guys have the essences and energies distinctions in Eastern Orthodoxy, right?
Essence, not essences. God only has one essence because he's one God. It's fine.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but what does that have to do with, like, I mean, so like if the Torah and the New Testament teach the Trinity and the deity of Christ, then like that's the point. The point is that those two covenants, those two texts, the Old Testament, New Testament, teach the Trinity and the deity of Christ many, many, many times over. And so when the Quran comes, it clearly, even if I were to grant you this passage about God being Father, like it still clearly is not teaching that, right?
Teaching what exactly? Sorry, I didn't follow.
Okay, so let's go back to the Torah, which, so for example, I just did a 3-hour talk through all of the verses in the Torah that teach the Trinity. And then I did another talk, just for example, from the Gospel of John, where every chapter of the Gospel of John teaches the deity of Christ and or the Trinity. So let's just take those two, Torah and Gospel of John. That's I mean, there's plenty of other passages in Isaiah, Ezekiel, minor prophets, Psalms that we could go to prove the deity of Christ or the Messiahship of Christ, whatever. But just let's say the Torah and the Gospel of John is easy reference and easy examples. Like, they teach all over the place that God is three, that God is one, and that Jesus is the Messiah and that he's divine. Clearly, that is not the message of the Quran, even if I grant you that God might be, or Allah might be Father in some sense. So the point is just simply that the argument, the defeater argument, is that this is a new revelation that contradicts what is everywhere in the prior revelation. Therefore, the new revelation is false.
Yeah, well, I think that it's possible to see Allah as a Trinity as well. So I don't really think there's a...
No, but again, what I said was, even if I were to grant you, that maybe you could say in your Neoplatonic reading this or that, it still is nothing like what is being presented in the Torah and the Gospel of John.
Can you give a specific example?
The deity of Christ, the Incarnation, the death, burial, resurrection of Christ, the Messiahship of Christ, none of that is in Islam.
Well, I think there are sects of Islam that would interpret, for example, that all the things that we call the prophets are, kind of manifestations of, God's light, right? And so, in that sense, they would also be deities, but not in a sense that is separate from Allah.
Look, you know that Islam does not teach the death, burial, resurrection of Christ, the doctrine of the Trinity, and the deity of Christ, and his assumption of human nature. You know that Islam doesn't teach that. Come on.
Well, I think if you know Dr. Khalil Andani, he at least with the resurrection of Christ on that issue, he also goes over certain Ismaili interpretations that seem to allow it. I don't remember.
Yeah, but it doesn't. None of that has the meaning that it has in the Christian worldview and the Christian system.
Yeah, if by can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
If you mean by the Christian worldview, like Augustine, I would agree. But
what are you talking about, Augustine? Was it? No, I'm talking
like
about. I'm an Orthodox Christian, so I'm defending the Orthodox worldview.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm just out of the loop, but I'm not sure what's the big difference between my position and, say, besides that there's some kind of centrality around Christ.
Okay, look, again, you don't believe in the doctrine of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, three persons, one essence, that spoke to Moses and the prophets to reveal that Jesus would be the Messiah, and that he would die for all humanity's sins, be resurrected to restore all of human nature, and that he will come again to judge the living and the dead because he's the eternal Son of God. That's not your position. You know that.
Yeah. Well, if we take Jesus' like sole incarnation as the one understood by Christians, then I would agree that's not my position.
Okay, so and that's obviously what we're arguing for, right? So Islam is not Christianity, clearly.
Yeah, but can you find an interpretation? Can you negate fully an interpretation of, say, the Trinity from my lens through your hermeneutic?
Yes, you do not have the Trinity because it's not our position, as you just admitted.
Yeah,
there is no other Trinity. Why would we believe Neoplatonism, first of all? Why would we think that's true?
You're talking about me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's true just because if you, for example, read... Are you talking about like the arguments or like from a personal perspective?
First of all, I mean, Neoplatonism is post-Christianity. So the Christian teaching, the Hebrew teachings are prior to Plotinus. So why are we looking to Plotinus at all?
I don't think we would necessarily 100% agree with Plotinus, but...
well, you said you're a Neoplatonist. So in what sense do you agree?
In the sense that our beliefs are pretty similar.
Okay, in what sense?
In the sense that we believe in some kind of not fully unknowable God, but there is a kind of...
Okay, so why are we supposed to believe in a monad who emanates a pen or a logos?
I mean, Dr. Andani has a pretty good argument for
I'm
that,
asking you, so why should we believe that? If that's not from the Quran, right? The idea of the monad and the second principle.
Well, you can definitely read it into the Quran.
Right, but where's that from?
I mean, of course, I would say it's something divine and eminent, but
where does that doctrine come from? Did it just pop into your head, come out into your lap? Like, where does it come from? You didn't make it up, right?
No.
Okay, so where does it come from?
I mean, for me, it came from Dr. Andani, but
come on, dude. All right, that's enough. This is just sophistry. You know what I'm asking. Rex Jones. Biscuithead, $5.67. Is the series The Chosen Protestant Prattle? I was under the impression there was a Mormon influence on that series. I've never watched it, so I don't have any comment on whether it's correct or weird or I don't know. I've never watched it. Rex, unmute.
Hey Jay, what's up, man?
Hey.
Hey, good to finally talk to you. How you doing?
Good, what's up?
Hey, okay. Man, I got like a million questions for you, but just listened to you here recently, gave me a couple. Okay, so I think this is sort of a Neo-Platonist position, or at least a question. What do you feel about the existence of time and space? Like, do you think those are self-evident? Like they would have some sort of absolute existence, or
no, they're created. Why would they be absolute if they're creatures?
I don't know. I mean, I guess that's just the question.
No, everything other than God is created. Time and space are created. So no, they're not absolute.
Yeah. Well, okay. Let me start by saying I am a Christian. I've been through a lot of different phases. I've done like the Gnostic thing, etc.
Okay.
But a conclusion I reached was that, given, if we assume that time and space are infinite, if we assume that, then given infinite time and space, wouldn't God sort of emerge necessarily as an effect of that?
What? Why would you think that?
Well, it's infinite time, infinite space, so I guess the point is
we don't believe time and space are infinite. Like, where are you getting this?
I would say it is an assumption, but
yeah.
I'm just sort of
why would we accept that assumption?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that idea sort of just exists in the sphere of consciousness. I think I can't really pinpoint it, but I know.
Can I just add something? Suppose they even granted that time and space were infinite. I don't know, in some type of Greek or Aristotelian sense. Aristotle and the Greeks knew themselves. It's still contingent. It's still finite in that sense. And what's contingent could never produce unbounded, non-contingent being. So
if you read the second homily of Basil in the Hexameron 2, he actually addresses this argument from Aristotle. Even if what is other than the first actuality is, even if it's contingent, like Basil argues that, but if you think that it's always actualized and it's eternal or infinite, then you've got another dyad. You're giving it divine characteristics and properties. Only God is eternal, only God is infinite. So no, you can't have, I mean, you could say that there might be created atemporalities or created, maybe there's a created infinity that's the aeon, but it's still not God's uncreated reality. But no, God doesn't emerge because God doesn't undergo change. To emerge is to undergo change, and God is unchangeable.
Would you say this? Sorry, I'm really flustered right now, but I want to try to connect my thoughts into what we're talking about. Would you say that God has consciousness?
I mean, the teaching of the Bible and the Church Fathers is that God has a mind, and that there is a divine mind that all three persons of the Trinity share. But consciousness is maybe equivalent to that, but it's kind of a modern idea about, I don't know, what sentient versus non-sentient. But there is a divine mind, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I guess without calling it God, I guess that would be more my theory for just like consciousness itself, is that, I mean, of course we can say that God created it, you know, and I believe maybe God just created the necessary conditions for consciousness to emerge. But yeah, you know, if
I mean, you're using all this weird like Gnostic terminology. We accept the teaching of the book of Genesis that God created man and directly created a soul. There's no emerging things coming out of like eternal consciousness, and that's all like Neoplatonic Gnostic terminology. You need to shed the Gnostic baggage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like specifically trying to do that. Like, really, it's just kind of, I don't know, like I think about these sorts of things. I mean, I'm not like, oh, what are the Gnostic ideas, and then trying to echo those necessarily, but I don't know, it's just my own
Okay, well, the doctrine of creation is that God created out of nothing, ex nihilo, all things that exist, and so everything that's not God is therefore created.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, that gives me a lot to think about, but I guess I just find myself in a weird position because it, you know, I was able to arrive at Christianity, yeah, I guess by thinking about this stuff, by contemplation, if you will. And you've given me a lot to think about, but it almost like
okay, but we'll see. But Christianity is not a thing that you contemplate or come to through the mind. Primarily, there might be indicators or signposts that point us through the mind, but ultimately, it's a system where we come into the church and we participate in the liturgy and we try to acquire the virtues. So it's not primarily a speculative Neoplatonic process or enterprise. It's a change of life through a community lifestyle.
So could you arrive at faith without reason?
I mean, that's not even relevant to what I'm saying. I didn't deny the usage or
have faith in God, right?
I didn't deny that reasoning plays a role. I'm saying that Christianity is not a body of intellectual propositions primarily. That's part of it, but it's a liturgical life that you have. That's what Christianity is.
Yeah, I understand. I guess I was just speaking to like what might be an individual's personal justification for engaging in that. You know, they would want to have faith because of, I don't know, their thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, I'm just saying that that's not really what Christianity is. Not an idea. It's a relationship.
Yeah, I follow.
Anyway,
okay.
Good questions. I appreciate that. We're going to move on to Constantine. Unmute or drop off, whatever. Jazzy Jeff.
Hello?
Yep.
Mr. J. Dyer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I watched you a long time ago when you used to do videos with Jay Widener.
What's on your mind? I haven't talked to him in a few years. What's on your mind?
So I just had a question about the Garden of Eden.
Uh-huh.
Now, you said the serpent came up. The serpent, was that a snake?
No, it's an angel in the form of a serpent.
So it could talk to Adam then?
It's an
it
angel.
Had a voice.
It's an angel, yes. Angels can talk.
Now, what I'm confused on is God said if you eat from this tree, you will die, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they never died.
They did die. What do you mean?
They didn't die. Adam went on and had a bunch of kids.
And then he died.
But yeah, after his life was over.
Yeah, that's called death.
No, what he meant by it was after you eat from the tree, immediately you will die.
Well, they did die a spiritual death by being booted from the presence of God. That's spiritual death. And then they die a physical death, which is the mortal death.
Yeah, but that's your opinion on the spiritual death.
No, that's not my opinion. That's literally the entire Christian tradition.
That didn't say that in Genesis, though, sir.
Well, do you think that literally every passage has to literally say what your question is to be meaningful?
And it has to specify how many seconds. Oh, you see, it didn't fulfill the 5 seconds after I ate it and died, so...
I'm sure you guys know that the whole meaning of eating from the fruit, the tree of knowledge, was he said you will become like us. Who's us?
The Trinity.
If it's one person.
It's not one person, it's a Trinity.
3 persons.
Well, us is plural.
Correct. That's called Trinity, triad.
Well, if it's a triad, it's supposed to be one if it's combined with Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Right. Are you trolling? You sound like a troll.
Yeah, it's gotta be a troll.
I'm not trolling. I just want to know why Adam didn't die.
And we answer your question, and you... Charles. Unmute.
Hi there.
Today, wow, boy. It's wild.
Yeah, I came back. It's my first time using the system X.
Not the first time, because you were in here earlier.
Yeah, sorry. First day I'm trying it out.
Go ahead.
I have a brother who's well into Nietzsche and
Like a black man brother?
personal brother.
Like is that could be a black man? Is that what you being racist?
No, we can consider ourselves white, me and my brother.
Oh, you appropriate. Cultural appropriation. I knew it.
Anyways, he's really smart. He's a genius, you could say.
I beg to differ.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, what's up? Go ahead. I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I get it. How can I break his nihilism, his Nietzscheism?
I mean, the only way to go about these kinds of arguments is like presuppositional critique with people who are nihilists or, radical, postmodernists or whatever. I mean, if they're not going to hear the logical kind of argumentation, there's not really anything you can do other than just to love him and pray for him. So that's it. Like, what does he listen to, like, logical argumentation?
Yes, and you're talking about presuppositions. I think
That's how I would debate a Nietzschean. Yeah.
Right. So I have to meditate on that, I guess. Like, figure it out. Because I want to say...
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Yeah, that's what I would go for. Oh, no, but that dude just dropped off. I was about to let you on here. Where'd you ran away, dude? It's open forum if you want to bring... now, look, we've got people that have already been on multiple times. We want to bring on the people who have not been on. Bro, you were just on here, dude. Where's the atheists at? Where's the Roman Catholics at? We had one Roman Catholic be totally dishonest. Remember that guy? He said that Jesus was a radical. That was his argument. Well, we could say that Jews, Christians, and Muslims worship the same God because Vatican II says it, but in John 5-9, Jesus was a radical. That was a pretty awesome admission that Roman Catholics are not following Jesus. Other bruh, what's up? Unmute. Yep.
Hey, I've been on before, but last time I was on, this was I guess a few weeks ago.
Yeah, the cops are after you still, dude.
I got interrupted by the police last time. So, I was talking last time about exorcisms and Catholicism. And one of and I guess you brought up Deuteronomy and how there's kind of like, basically miracles aren't sufficient to validate a prophet.
Yeah, let me give an example. So I just read the Rosicrucian chapter in the Cambridge Companion to Western Mysticism and Esotericism, and the founder of Rosicrucianism claimed to be an incorruptible. So should I be a Rosicrucian?
The founder claimed to. No, I don't think. Well, I think the argument I was making took a little bit more development, and to be fair, I didn't articulate it very well, and I guess I should probably formalize this and lay it out as premises to make it easier to
So wait, Sai Baba claimed to have a lot of miracles. Should I be a Hindu?
Well, it depends on the miracle.
So we just tack on more and more arbitrary. So how do we know that that's the thing that proves it?
Well, I think there's some miracles that are kind of like magic tricks, and there's other.
Oh, okay. You don't see how silly this is?
I don't think it is silly.
Right, I'm sure you don't. Yeah,
because I think someone being freed from demonic oppression is intrinsically good.
You're missing the point, though, because while it's true that somebody being freed from that oppression is good, me hearing a bunch of different claims does in no way tell me which one's the right one.
Right, but I just in the instance in Deuteronomy, though, for example, that's an instance where the prophecy actually does come to pass, but because they lead them after other gods, they're still a false prophet, right?
Right.
So in that case, I'm just saying that that's an example of something that might appear miraculous that maybe isn't sufficient. And I think there's other miracles.
So do you understand that you're basically just, every time there's a problem for that position, you're just qualifying it, saying that miracle doesn't count, or that sign or omen doesn't count. And you arbitrarily said, but this specific type of exorcism miracle is the one that proves it. That's all arbitrary, bro. Why?
I guess the way I came to this conclusion, this is actually how I became Catholic, not how I try to justify it looking back. And the reason it persuaded me anyway is because for me,
the bad arguments persuaded you, correct?
No one argued this. It was just me reading the Gospels. It convicted me because it seemed that Jesus believed that was very strong evidence and condemned the Pharisees for rejecting it. But
you're missing the point, though. The miracles attend to the true faith, but how do they necessarily prove the true faith when we're all in a position of hearing countless different miracle claims?
So, can I ask you why would it have been wrong for the Pharisees to use your argument from Deuteronomy to reject Jesus since he claimed to be God?
Because that's why Jesus goes to great lengths to prove that he's not in contrast to anything in the Torah.
I don't.
You understand? Look, when Jesus, with the guy who's in Abraham's bosom, Jesus says, even if one rises from the dead, they won't believe. This refutes you. The very thing you claim, even more powerful than an exorcism, would be a resurrection. And Jesus says that even with a resurrection, they're not going to believe. Why? Because they have Moses and the prophets. And if they won't hear Moses and the prophets, they're not going to believe though one rise from the dead. That refutes your whole position. Now hold on. So in regard to Jesus' attitude to the Old Testament, he doesn't just do a miracle to say that, look, who cares about the Old Testament? Here's a bunch of miracles and signs and wonders. In fact, he actually criticizes everybody asking for miracles and signs and wonders because he says a faithless generation seeks signs and wonders. And he says the only thing that will be given to it is the sign of Jonah. Rather, he argues constantly that he is the fulfillment of the text, the prophecies. So he puts text and prophecy first and miracles second. You and all the other Roman Catholics put miracles first, and you miss the whole fallacy of why this doesn't work. And I asked you, I think last time, if the Coptics have Mary appear to thousands of people, why does that not prove Coptic theology?
Well, I just want to, I'll concede very quickly that doesn't, because there's something else I wanted to say. one of the fulfillments that Jesus brings is the miracles that he does.
We
and
already
Jesus
dealt with
predicts
this.
that those-
Did you not hear what I
those-
said? Oh my gosh.
But Jesus predicts that his followers will do the very same things that he did.
Okay, again, none of that proves your position. Again, miracles attend to true faith, and there are signs of it, but they cannot be the thing itself that proves it.
I mean, I would say that it's an indication that your biblical objections to Catholicism or other maybe you should reconsider them.
No, that's just another dumb representation of your position. That's an even
Jesus
dumber
said,
argument of restatement of your position.
Well, because if the Pharisees, for example, they believed their interpretation was correct, and on that basis they reject Jesus. Jesus said, "You search the scriptures."
Did you not listen to anything that I said? When Jesus refutes the Pharisees, he says, "A wicked, adulterous generation seeks a sign, seeks the miracles, like you, and none will be given to it but the sign of Jonah," which was what? A thing in the Bible, in the text. Rather, he says that though one rise from the dead, they will not believe. They have Moses and the prophets. Don't you understand that refutes you?
Don't you remember in John 3, Nicodemus said, "We know that you are from God because no man does the signs that you do unless God is with them."
Correct.
So they were.
So the signs are
indicators.
No. The signs are indicators that he has that divine power. But the thing that Jesus himself uses is not the signs and the wonders. In fact, he says that signs and wonders are a sign of weakness of faith. You've missed the whole point. A faithless generation seeks signs and wonders, and you want to tell me that that's the way that we prove Catholicism is signs and wonders. Oh, thanks for admitting that you're faithless.
No. I would say so. I would say that Jesus' words apply to like an atheist saying, "Give me a sign," or if I were to.
He's not talking to atheists. No, he's not talking. That's totally not true.
No, he's talking to Jews who reject him, who are demanding.
They're not atheists, exactly, not Jews.
I know. But here's the thing.
So the context doesn't matter now to prove your position.
No. My argument to you is not, Jay, prove orthodoxy by doing a sign. I'm not demanding that you give me a sign. I'm telling you that there's.
Of course, we're not saying that. Nobody. Again, that's irrelevant.
No, it's not, because
it is irrelevant.
That would be relevant. That would be me doing what the Jews were doing that Jesus condemned them for, is demanding a sign. But I'm not demanding a sign. Instead, I'm presenting the signs that the Catholic faith brings.
You're missing the whole point. It begs the question, because signs and wonders themselves don't have any meaning without the entire context of the paradigm. That's the point. You don't understand that?
I understand that, and I think that the context is Jesus predicted that those who believed in him would do the things that he did.
But that doesn't prove the position. You don't understand why.
I just don't think that it should be completely discounted.
I didn't discount it. I said that they attend the true faith. They cannot prove it.
But I think when you bring up Deuteronomy the way that you do, it seems that you're just trying to...
the way I do. How does Paul do it in Galatians 1?
In Galatians 1, well, there he says, if someone preaches a different gospel, do you believe
that's not all he says. That's not all he says. What does he say?
Yeah, he says, though we are an angel from heaven.
Yeah, so if an angel appears.
Right. Well, okay, so you believe that me distinguishing between something like an exorcism and an apparition is arbitrary, but could you articulate...
You're just picking and choosing the miracles and the signs and the wonders that you want, and you can't even tell me why those are the ones that actually prove it. It's arbitrary. Stop being arbitrary.
Wait, do you genuinely believe I never explained why I think that they're different? Can you...
The argument that you gave was arbitrary. And it rests on the thing that's in question. Because those are the miracles that the Ghostbusters in Rome have investigated and proven.
No, that's not the reason. It's because Jesus himself condemned the Pharisees and warned them about
that doesn't that doesn't tell me that your criteria of the ones that count to prove Christianity, the miracles, and the ones that don't, is true.
But okay, I would say that an angel that appears and preaches a false gospel to you is probably a demon. Would you agree?
That is the point. Correct.
Okay, but a demon cannot perform an exorcism, can it?
It's begging the question because, number one, we don't even know if it's a real exorcism. Are you able to go... Listen, dude, you're missing the whole point. Are you able to go and investigate every claim of the Roman Catholic Church to see if it really happened? No. So you have to take it on the claims. And the point is that if I'm in a position of hearing 1,000 different claims, whether it's Sai Baba or whether it's the Coptic Church in Egypt. Look, all I have to do is tell you, why does Mary's apparition in Zaytun, Egypt not prove Coptic theology? Tell me why.
I haven't looked into that particular example. However,
Because it disproves your whole dumb argument.
But well, here's the thing. Also, I'm more, and I think Catholicism is more
Oh my
ecumenical
gosh.
than you. I mean, yeah, we're more ecumenical than you are, right?
As if that proves anything. All that proves is that you're more wrong than we are.
No, it means that I'm open to. They're not with us, but they're casting out devils.
My position can admit that there's miracles and exorcisms that occur outside of the church. I just don't take that as a proof of which one is the true church, because what comes as the proof is, according to Deuteronomy 13, Deuteronomy 18, Galatians 1, the text and the message, not the signs and wonders. And you just bypass every time I quoted to you, a wicked and adulterous generation seeks a sign and a wonder. You argue that that's the thing that proves the true church.
Well, I think that it's a misapplication of that, and the.
How is it a misapplication?
Because the rising. Well, when it comes to the text about rising from the dead, the issue there is people neglecting the poor, not people differing on a.
No, again, that's not what the passage in part is about. The fact that the guy didn't help the poor, but he says, "If I rise from the dead, my brothers will believe." Jesus says, "Though one rise from the dead, they will not believe."
Right. Because
that refutes you.
But the issue is, do you think that the problem with the rich man was that he had errant theology, or that he was ignoring?
None of that has anything to do with the point about the miracle itself. You're just deflecting off into the moral of the parable, which is not primarily what we're talking about right now, which is, does a resurrection convince a person to believe?
Well, your tag argument.
So now we're going to go to tag, because again, you're missing the whole point. Now listen.
I'm making an example.
Listen.
I'm giving an example.
Again, you understand the easiest way to refute this is Zaytun, Egypt, and that's why you keep going away from it. You don't want to talk about it. Thousands of people in Egypt. Thousands of people in Egypt claim that Mary appeared in Zaytun, Egypt over the Coptic Church. Why should I not be a Coptic?
Because
silence.
God can perform miracles in other churches.
But dude, are you like a 20 IQ? Seriously, because you just argued that Roman Catholicism is proven by these types of signs and wonders. Now you're saying God can perform the miracles at the Coptic Church, but it doesn't prove Coptic theology.
There's a few qualifiers.
But, that's arbitrary. So now you get to tack on the things that. So in other words, miracles don't prove it. We need all this other stuff that's arbitrary from you.
This is unfortunate.
Exactly. I can't take it. Heimlich. Biscuit head. No, we already did that one. Well, my church is true because it's more open. I accept the Muslim and the Jews and all the religions, so therefore our position is true. Imagine thinking that that's a good argument. I mean, according to Vatican II, it actually is a good argument. All right, well, your thing's not connecting. Sapphire.
Hey Jay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a philosophy question. I don't know if Ananias is on, but I have a question about Putnam's modal theoretic argument for metaphysical anti-realism.
I don't know what his Putnam's argument is.
Yeah, just this thing like a friend was telling me about earlier. I wondered if you had a take on it, but it seems like you don't.
Father Deacon, do you know? Do you want to respond to that? He may not be available.
That's my bad. It's kind of a boring question, but I was just wondering.
No, I just don't know. I haven't read Hillary Putnam.
That's my bad. You can do it.
There's no my bad. That's all right. It's a fair question.
What was the question about Hillary Putnam?
Let me bring him back here. Let's see. Sapphire, do you want to come back? Come back and ask FDA. Where you at, dude? Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my question was about the modal theoretic argument from Hilary Putnam.
His what argument?
Modal theoretic. It's supposed to demonstrate metaphysical anti-realism.
I'm trying to remember.
It's the one with the cat on a mat. It's about language.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I haven't done Putnam since grad school, so I'm trying to remember.
Man. I couldn't restate it properly. I'm a first-year philosophy student. But
I remember my professor, Dr. Martell, talking about the cat on the mat problem now. I don't remember
I thought Putnam's a realist, though.
Yeah, I think his stance is that it's epistemic, like we can't have knowledge of metaphysics, but to me that just sounds wrong. Like I don't want that to be the case. But supposedly he has an argument that demonstrates this, and I was just wondering if there's any rebuttals or...
Yeah, hold on. I'm just giving one.
No, I don't want to take up too much of your time if there's other people. But...
So I just gotta, what do they call it? Warm up the brain.
Yeah.
So something like internal realism or something like that. So he's a metaphysical quietist in the sense of like external realism. Putnam he's also a functionalist. So again, one of the turns in they call it the linguistic turn in Anglo-American philosophy. You know that as analytic philosophy. Is this is basically what happens in short. All the metaphysics that philosophy's been involved in gets reduced to language and language games. That they believe, well, we can make all these justifications internally in terms of just language. And then Putnam is part of that. Obviously he
was in the Vienna Circle, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say, he's standing on the shoulders of the people like Carnap and also the contributions of Wittgenstein, stuff like that. But as far as what the details of the argument, I have to go reread it. Because, as a philosophy student, when you get into analytic philosophy, it's quite difficult. In terms of details and sophistication. And so these are kinds of things, unless I'm actively involved in, I have to go reread the article. I'm like,
I think that's true for everybody. Nobody remembers that stuff.
Yeah.
Unless you're studying it in a class, nobody remembers that stuff.
Or if you're teaching something on,
yeah.
I know that, my PhD advisor, is really good at Putnam, and has had him at conferences. I'm trying to remember if I actually met Putnam. Is he still alive? Did he die? Yeah, I met him.
I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Yeah, he died in 2016, and I got my PhD in December 2000. So he was actually I actually met him. There was a Putnam conference.
Well, I appreciate that. We're gonna move on. I'm not trying to be rude, but
good question. I'll go revisit it.
Anthony, what's up, dude?
Oh, am I up already?
What's up?
Oh, no, hold on. Hey, I haven't been listening to the whole conversation, so I don't know if you've already gone over this, but I was just calling in to see what your thoughts were on the vegan thing.
I saw something that he's going to be on trial, or what's going on?
Well, I don't actually know all the details. I just heard that, he is saying that the Pope is not the Pope, which I don't understand, because it seems like in Vatican I, didn't they say that there would be the Pope till the end of time? Something like that?
And also in canon law, it's even beyond just Vatican I. Like, canon law says that whoever the Roman College elects when he's accepted by the world, you pretty much have to accept him. You can't, you can't say that after the Roman College and the entire Roman Catholic world has accepted a pope, oh, that guy's not the pope anymore. So it's really a strained, difficult position. You can't appeal to cum ex apostolis officio because that was like a Tridentine discussion prior to Trent talking about, like you said, the existence of the Roman See having bishops until the end of the world and the return of Christ. So, I mean, I think it's logical that if you're in the position of somebody like Vigano that you would move towards Seta. That's what happened to me. So it makes sense, but it's a dead end position. It doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it, because it seemed like Vigano, I remember like a couple years ago, he started getting really big in the news. Archbishop Vigano, I don't know if other people know who I'm talking about. But
yeah, we know.
It seems like he kind of became like a champion for the traditionalist movement.
Sure.
And now he's claiming, like, I'm kind of following in the footsteps of Marcel Lefebvre, Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, who's also excommunicated. So, I mean, it just seems like this is starting to really collapse the whole traditionalist movement, because you can't deny Pope Francis as being the Pope, right? You're kind of stuck with that guy.
Yeah, I mean, the halfway position of the SSPX only lasts so long. A lot of those people either move on to Orthodoxy or they become Setevacantists, because you eventually realize that, you know what, Vatican I doesn't allow me to pick and choose what I want from the Roman See. So it's a totally inconsistent, incoherent position. It's the definition of schismatic to defy the Roman See in the Roman Catholic system. So it's ridiculous. There's at least 4 places in Vatican I that say that you don't get the liberty to pick and choose when you follow the Roman bishop. Even his ordinary fallible teaching must be submitted to with docility. That alone destroys the entire SSPX position.
Yeah, I think there's it's completely, in my mind, it's completely collapsing, it seems like. But even with that, I mean, I saw...
That's why they're going nuts. I mean, did you hear the guy that was on here like 30 minutes before you?
I was at work. I just hopped on.
Yeah, I mean, they go insane. They literally go nuts, and they start, flipping out, and like they just retreat into feminine mysticism and Marian apparitions and, well, but miracles, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand their position. This is the second time that we spoke, actually, Jay. I was a SSPX. I was Roman Catholic for the longest time. It took me a while to kind of, come over to Orthodoxy. I'm Orthodox now, but most of the people that I know are still traditionalist Roman Catholics. But at a point...
You cut out, bro.
You still there?
Jerome. Yeah, just watch my Seta video, the 3-hour one from John Puntrello's book. Jerome, what's up? You gotta unmute. Jerome,
but not the actual person.
Jerome, what's up? What? I don't understand why these people request to speak and they just sit there and don't do anything. Crimson. Crimson, what's up?
Hey, Jay, I've talked to you before. I actually wanted to talk to you real quick and tell you something kind of funny if you have a moment.
Okay.
You're playing my favorite one of your tunes earlier. I Need an Alien to Twerk for Me. So I just wanted to let you know that that's like my daughter's favorite song. It's really weird.
Oh, yikes.
I know. She saw it. When you listen to a song.
Well, I'm sorry for corrupting your family.
You're good. I just want to let you know. That was funny. Give you a good day. Have a good day, Jay.
Oh, that's the story? Okay. Appreciate that. Daniel, what's up?
Hello?
What's up?
Okay, so yesterday I was going to ask you this question, but I didn't get time right. I got booted off. But okay, so here's my question, right? So you can't divorce tag from its scripted revelatory context, right?
Right.
But how do you get to the place where you can actually prove that all of Revelation is true, right? Because like we have some heretics, right, who will try to say that there are some errors, right, within Revelation. So how does the transcendental argument fit into that?
Well, the fact that there's some people who claim that there's parts of Revelation that are not true, what does that have to do with the transcendental argument?
Well, how do you like prove that all of Revelation is true with the transcendental?
Well, the argument is, the whole argument is for an entire paradigm and the entire worldview, so it includes all of that. So it's like it's a holistic argument. The whole thing stands or falls.
Yeah, well, like a heretic could have that same total paradigm, right?
No, that wouldn't be consistent at all. It wouldn't be it would be a different system and a different position if it's not my entire holistic position. It would be inconsistent because it's a position that, so part of the system is that it's holistic and it necessitates the whole system. So, for example, you couldn't say, oh, well, I have everything that you have, but my worldview is the Jesus who's not incarnate. Okay, that would be another position because it's a mutually exclusive position. To be consistent. Does that make sense or not?
Not really, but...
So part of the argument is that the system as a whole is necessary. So it would be inconsistent and not my position if you took away elements of it.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So, for example, Islam, they believe some of the things that we believe. But it's not our position simply because they have some of the things that we believe. Because our position necessitates the entire position.
So, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but, like, the only things that make your position strong, right, and a strong foundation to believe in is the Trinity, the Monarchia, and the energy essence distinctions, right?
No, it's the whole position. It's not just three things. It's the deity of Christ, the incarnation, the inspiration of Scripture. It would be the whole thing. Orthodox Church, it's an entire worldview. It's not piecemeal. The argument is for the entire worldview.
Okay.
So if I came along and said, like Muslims do, well, I have 50% of what you have, that would not be my position. My position excludes having 90% of my position.
Yeah, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
If you read the Theistic Fallacies paper, he actually deals with this at the beginning because there's an argument made by the Thomist so-called Orthodox guy, the old guy, I forget his name. And he argues that there's a lowest common denominator theism. And Garraby critiques that by saying, actually, the Trinitarian position is mutually exclusive to other positions. And if you start removing attributes, you no longer have that position. Therefore, there is no lowest common denominator Trinity position. If that makes sense. Jerome? Trying again, dude. Jerome, what's up, man? Unmute. You have to unmute now. You're raising your hand, you have to unmute. Why are you raising your hand if you're muted, dude? Come on. Che Guevara, what's up? Unmute. Dacia.
Hey, AJ, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, yeah, it's kind of interesting that last guy, he said exactly what I was thinking to bring up. What if someone were to come with a transcendental argument, but for another paradigm? And that was kind of going to be my question, because I could see someone saying, well, everything that I have in my paradigm is necessary for my worldview, and if you don't accept my paradigm, then you're not going to accept the system, and everything that I have in my system is necessary. So it's I see the validity of the argument, and that's why I think it's you're the first person I've heard make that transcendental argument, but at the same time I could see someone using that same argument for a different paradigm and saying, well, internally it's consistent.
But that's not the argument. Is not just it's internally consistent. That would be a coherentist model, and the argument that we're making is not a coherentist argument for Christianity merely being internally consistent. The argument is that Christian theism in the Orthodox perspective and worldview provides a basis for ethics, metaphysics, and epistemology. That's a very specific argument. It's not merely that my system is internally incoherent in some abstract conceptual way. It's not abstract and conceptual. It includes the entire account of history. That's why it's a worldview argument.
Right, so that's the paradigm argument, right?
Right, correct.
So what I'm saying is then I could see other people making that same
Yeah, well, they can claim that they have a worldview that does that, but they have to actually demonstrate that and prove it, and they can't do that. That's why we compare the paradigms.
So it's only inconsistent from another paradigm, from what I can tell. That's kind of, I mean, I'm just being honest from what I've observed and heard and stuff, but that's kind of where I'm at.
No. We're arguing not that everybody is stuck in a paradigm, but that literally only one paradigm can actually be holistically and internally consistent.
Okay, so that's new because I haven't heard that part. I see. So then, like, that kind of gets into the revelatory aspect of each, or you'd say that, like, it has to be divinely revealed on some level, right?
Yes,
and it has to be historic, too. I think what Jay was saying, too, and we've seen people object to this, trying to do this, just kind of ad hoc copy and paste from your paradigm and go, well, I'll just make this, assuming that it's just some type of, like Jay said, philosophically constructed coherentism or something like that. But part of the story is that the historicity as well. So there can't be, you actually can't have competing internally consistent historic, because part of the consistency too is the historic aspects of these things. So you can't just create something in your head and be like, well, I could do the same thing. Is that what you're saying, Jay?
So it has to be unique, right, is what I'm gathering.
Well, that's part of the uniqueness.
And that's what Orthodoxy
is part
claims, too. So I made this argument to somebody else, well, why can't I just take everything Orthodoxy, not the Orthodoxy? Well, because part of the Orthodox paradigm is it's claiming to be unique and that all the other competing paradigms are false.
So it's a combination of
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I was just going to say, so it's not a purely philosophical argument because that would fail, and that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Yeah, that's the point that Father Deacon makes in his essays. Yeah.
So then the only follow-up issue that I would have there is that if you rely on revelation, which I agree that like the Orthodox paradigm is consistent, but that's been my revelation. The problem that I see is that you can't really argue people's revelation if they claim that it's revealed by God.
No, go ahead.
Then you kind of get into another problem where it's like, okay, yeah, it's revealed to me by God, and how do you convince it? Like, I was thinking of the Matt Slick debate, and yeah, it's silly that he brought that up, but at the same time, how do you argue against that? You can't really argue against, like, the idea of, like, well, God revealed himself to me, and that's just been my experience. So you can't really argue that, and then you're back to the philosophical.
Well, but that's not really getting you anywhere. If somebody's going to claim, like, the Matt Slick sort of private individual revelation, and that's the basis of his worldview, like, that doesn't really get you anywhere for argumentation in a public sphere in a debate.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, but then isn't that still, that private revelation to that person is still partly what gets them into the paradigm? So it just seems like it's
but that's a category error. The fact that something led you to a position or helped you into something, or that's part of the journey, does not equate to it being the ultimate principle or the justification of the position. For example, I might have studied earthworms for many years and eventually come to believe in God on the basis of, design arguments or something like that through earthworms. That doesn't make earthworms my ultimate metaphysical or epistemic principle.
Gotcha.
That's a category error.
Be led to an incorrect conclusion through that revelation, right? Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if I'd say revelation, or well, I guess you could say revelation. Like if God uses a car wreck to bring me to believe in Him, I wouldn't make car wrecks like the ultimate proof of God's existence.
Yeah, it's just tricky because it seems like these two things are bouncing off of each other, and I haven't really figured out a way.
So
out of it yet,
it's a mistake of logical ordering or ordinal ordering or category mistake. It'd be like saying that, well, the number 1 comes first, so it has more number than the number 2. That's a category mistake.
Or are you just saying, what do you do when somebody resorts to a completely private, internal, subjective experience?
Well, that wouldn't be any kind of apologetic argument. Tag is an apologetic argument. So if somebody's
it means they conceded the argument.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I guess the problem is with that is that it's totally irrefutable. If someone was to just go the full revelatory route, it's like you can't argue with it, and that's kind of a strength and a weakness. But someone has to sort of start.
No, but what you're missing is that has absolutely no value in apologetic argumentation.
Yeah, so as soon as somebody goes to subjectivism, when you said not refuted, that is the refutation.
Yeah, it is. It is
it's
self-refuting.
Like they've conceded the debate, and that's all that. So they refute. It's self-stultifying.
Okay,
so
I see.
You don't have to. And a lot of people think this. Well, no, you have to prove things by my own made-up arbitrary standard that I can't justify. It's like I don't have to do that.
I guess I feel like I'm kind of arguing this, but I don't mean to be. But it seems just like it would lead. Okay, someone says that's what's revealed to me, and then someone else says, well, this is what's revealed to me. Then you have two subjective claims battling against my revelation versus your revelation.
Yeah, that's why we don't argue subjectivism.
But I just don't see. I guess I see the strength of that, but then I don't see how someone can validly claim that this is not a subjective claim, and I think that's where I'm at. Ultimately,
because Matt Slick or somebody like that reduced his entire argument to subjectivism.
Yeah.
Okay. We have objective and subjective experiences, right? So we're not creating this kind of dialectic simply because, yes, of course, I have a subjective experience of even how I interpret the data and stuff like that. Doesn't exclude that there's something objective. So what if somebody does, if they carve off the objective like Matt Slick did or somebody else, then they've basically forfeited the debate and you've won.
Yeah.
So we're not admitting an either or. We don't have we have an objective argument, and part of that is a subjective experience. We're not reducing it to the subjective. So what you're finding is when people reduce it completely to the subjective, make their whole argument, sort of kind of almost like the previous
back in 2022
the here that was with the miracles or something like that.
Right, that's kind of where my mind was going with the last two people that called in. Is they seem,
if you get
and I see it a
people
lot.
that reduce everything to a subjective state, then they can't do anything. But none of the Orthodox apologists would ever do that.
I see. Okay, well, thank you for
good questions, man. Appreciate that.
Appreciate it. Sorry.
I don't know who the guy in the chat is that's saying they're wanting to come on. Is this Alexander? And then we'll go to Antoine.
Jay, has any Muslim figured out the hypothetical yet?
We've had two that accurately restated it. But that's 2 out of about maybe 40 or 50.
So would that mean that what you claim is correct, that the Injil and the Torah are the Injil and Torah we have today?
Well, it just means they accurately restated it. It wouldn't mean that it's true.
So would you say they understand it?
I think that the 2 that restated it understood it, and the first guy attempted to get around it by saying, but you have to understand that the hadiths trump the actual statements in the Torah, so you have to understand the Quran through the hadiths. And then I said, but the hadiths are 300 years later, and he's like, no, they're at the same time, which is a lie. So that first guy tried to get around it with hadiths, saying that the Bible's corrupted. And then the next guy was the Neoplatonic Shia 12 or 7 or whatever he was. And he just kept trying to say that Neoplatonism is identical to Christianity, which is not true. So they both understood it and had very terrible attempts to explain it.
I think there's a hadith in Abu Dawood that says that the Torah is uncorrupt too.
Correct, there is. In fact, the guy that came on yesterday, we found it because it's in it's in Sam Shamoun's article.
Yeah.
I think I've got it pulled up here. Did Ibn Abbas believe that the Bible was corrupt? Is that it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, it says the words of Ibn Abbas, no one can distort, or Al-Bukhari reported Ibn Abbas to say that no one can alter or remove the words of Allah from his books. And that's also referring to the Torah and the Injil.
Yeah, there was this like top Islamic apologetic dude. I think his name is like Farid Responds. He was basically trying to like get around the Quran verses that say it's uncorrupt too. Like he tried to like pull to one specific Islamic scholar that said that the Torah is corrupt. But there's plenty of scholars who don't believe the Torah is corrupt.
Exactly. Well, I mean, doesn't Ibn Abbas trump all of them?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. One more question.
Uh-huh.
Would you ever debate Muhammad Hijab, or did you ever call him out to debate?
I've already requested and asked a couple times, and it seems it was ignored. So.
That's weird.
The first tweet got, I think, like 500 shares and likes, maybe more. And then when I went to the Fresh and Fit event, Andrew was sort of under the impression that there might be a hijab debate. So that's one of the reasons we went to that event. That didn't happen. So I don't know. Spaz. Danny, do you want to come on debate? What are you talking about? Lost his position. You talking about me? Who are you talking about? Spaz, do you want to talk? Get on mute.
Hey, what's up, Jay?
Hey.
I had a question about when we're arguing with Muslims about saying that Allah's a deceiver. How do we differentiate that act of deception with what's seen in 1 Kings? What is this? 22.
Right, because that's God giving them over to the delusion that they've chosen. Right. So, for example, if you look at the two texts in, there's two great examples of this. There's the text in Exodus where it says that God hardened Pharaoh's heart. Then the other passage says that Pharaoh hardened his own heart. So the way that God hardened Pharaoh's heart was to give him over to further delusion, which was the thing that he wanted. Likewise, in Thessalonians, when it says that God gave them over to a powerful delusion, it says because they loved not the truth. So in other words, God is giving them the thing that they actually want as the punishment. And that's the same thing that's going on in the 1 Kings text. There's another text, too, about David where one passage says that, and Satan moved David to take a census. And the other passage says that God caused David to take a census. But the way, so it's the same event, and the two passages enlighten and explain one another, that the way that God allowed David to be punished was by giving him over to his desire to choose a satanic principle of taking a census. So does that make sense?
That does. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there's the Bible is amazing that way. The way that in many places the two accounts complement one another of the event and help to explain what's going on. Elder, and then we'll go to Antoine.
Hello?
Yep.
All right. Hey, Jay, that thing about the Coptic apparition got me to thinking about an aspect of the Fatima incident that doesn't get brought up enough anymore.
What's that?
Although it was more commonly discussed among trad cats when I was a kid, at least in my hometown. Do you mind if I set a little bit of background about how I learned about this stuff?
No, just kind of make it quick.
I may be the only millennial with a World War I veteran grandfather. He enlisted when he was 16, had my mom at 44, and she had me at 38 back in January of 82. That's also where I get my moniker. Anyway, it was tagged onto apologetic arguments for Fatima that Roman Catholic veterans World War I had a much higher than average PTSD recovery rate than veterans on average. The argument being that the apparition gave meaning to their sacrifices and suffering. Have you heard this argument before, and what do you make of it?
No, this is new to me. It's interesting.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. Like my mother, I never met my grandfather. He passed before I was born, but he would often speak of as soon as he got back from the war and heard about the Fatima incident happening at the same time he was in the trenches. He felt that this
Wait a minute. Which war?
World War One.
Your granddad was in World War One?
Yeah, that's why I gave. He was 16 when he enlisted, and had my mother at 44.
Oh.
She had me at 38.
Oh, okay.
And I'm 42.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's why I said I'm probably the only.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Okay.
Yeah. So I used to be Roman Catholic. I think I mentioned that to you a while back, and I am, and I am Orthodox now, but I still get thinking about things like this, and it's still hard to let go of some of the baggage. I mean, even if there is an Orthodox case for something like Fatima, it's not that important. Even with, it's not that big a deal. We shouldn't be looking for signs and wonders and all that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Jesus said.
But still, I think it would be a good salve for the souls of those men who suffered in those trenches to be comforted by something like that, because other people, other Protestants, for example, did not have the same kind of recovery rate from after World War I and suffered. Many were much more disillusioned with their faith. They, thinking, what was the point? What was this all about? Why were we, as the Setevacantism song goes, paying the price with young men's lives? What was it all for? And there's a lot of answers to be found in the in what the apparition supposedly said. A lot of old men found were able to endure and found meaning with their lives. At least that's.
Well, I mean, I don't want to be too contentious over people that found. I appreciate that, solace in that. I'm sensitive to that. I don't want to be callous to people's sacrifice and all that. I just don't get it. I mean, maybe if I'd been through that experience, I would understand it better to know what it was like to find comfort in something like that. Personally, I would only find comfort, and maybe this is just because I was raised Protestant. If I was drafted and gone and sent to war, I would be reciting the Psalms. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I would find comfort. So I have no judgment or comment on that. But separate from that, I'm not calling the men that fought in the war wicked and adulterous. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's grandpappy's feelings and memories, okay? I love your grandpappys. I miss my grandpappys. But, just to reiterate the principle I think we're supposed to go by via Matthew 16. The Pharisees and Sadducees came and said to test him, "Show us a sign from heaven." Jesus said to them, "When it's the evening, you say it will be fair weather. The sky is red. In the morning, it will be foul weather, for the sky is red and threatening. Hypocrites, do you not know how to discern the face of the sky, but you can't discern the times, the signs of the times? A wicked and adulterous generation seeks after signs, and no sign will be given to it except the sign of the prophet Jonah. And he left them and departed. Now, remember the Roman Catholic guy that was in here a minute ago? He was literally arguing like the thing that like on his principle, the Pharisees are not doing anything wrong. In fact, the way that you prove it is to literally just say, Jesus, do a sign. That proves the true church. Jesus doesn't respond that way. Again, it's baffling. It's Father Deacon, what would you say to someone who said, I just go by what church has the most prolific miracles and signs and wonders. That's the true church. What would you say to that?
Yeah, where did we come up with? Oh, I know. So I just go to the extremes. So you're telling me if you literally had a Satanist church and they were doing more signs and wonders, you join it? That's what I did.
Well, a Satanist church can't do exorcisms. That was his argument.
Oh, that's... By the way, that's not actually completely true, because we do know, for example, we do know that there's false, as you pointed, false exorcisms. For example, have you ever watched these like shows on TV?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah,
they bring the New Agers in, and they get their sage brushes and crystals, and they're doing a cleansing.
Or like Bob, what's the evangelical dude? Bob, what's his face? That's always doing those ridiculous exorcisms. Bob something.
Now, what do you think a demon would do? Like, a demon will go and leave. Why? So they can be like, the superstition and false religion works. How do I know that? Because in the gospel story, the lunatic boy, if you know anything of the background about that, there was a superstition with the moon, lunar, in which people actually believe full moons and different phases of the moons would cause people to have seizures and have all weird bunch of things happening. What was really happening is the boy is being afflicted by a demon, because then Christ comes and casts out a demon. He doesn't fix the moon, right? So, well, why was the demon doing that? Because he wasn't possessing the boy and causing him to go into a fit at any time, but only at the phases of the moon, in the full moon, to get the people to believe in a false religion of superstition. So, yeah, they can do exorcisms.
Well, again, like,
fake, right? They go high.
Does he not remember Jonas and Jambres, right, who did the first two, quote, miracles of Moses?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's silly. And again, I would also say, I just push back like I always do in an epistemic. How do you know it's a miracle versus a sorcery trick?
Yeah.
Because remember, we had a Muslim dude come on, and he was kind of giving a similar argument that God can't do a false miracle, so therefore Islam's true.
Yeah, I remember that. Exactly.
It's the same. So now we've got an epistemic stand. We're all true. Even the religion that says your religion's false, because what? They adopted your same standard? Like, this is ridiculous. So then, oh no, we got to add more. So, well, how are we going to count it up? I mean, this is ridiculous. It's a terrible justification.
Yeah, I mean, I have
People,
like
Christ was warning about. They really get caught up in this stuff, don't they? And in that sense, that's a telltale sign that it's sorcery. They're obviously not miracles. Why? Because in a sorcery, there's an illusion in which one is, what should I say? You're almost put in a trance, right? Like, so you're telling me there's these signs and wonders going on that are putting you in a trance and causing you not to be critical in your thinking and to question all things. That itself would be a sign to me that I'm like, that's not real. That's sorcery. Sorcery puts you in irrational trances where you can't actually even think straight.
Yeah, good points.
All right, I gotta head out. I gotta play in bluegrass. So
thank you.
God bless you guys. Yeah. Bye bye.
Antoine.
Yeah, I had a question about the missing years of Jesus, about, I think, 12, 13 years.
What about it?
You got any opinions on that? What was he doing? Where was he? What was he, what was going on during those years?
Living with his mom and his dad.
So, in other words, you don't know?
Nobody knows.
I mean, don't you guys find that a little strange?
No. What? I mean, there's like multiple biblical characters whose past and childhood we're not told about.
But being the Son of God, I would think everything would be documented.
Well, I mean, John does say at the end of John that if we were to write in a book all the things that Jesus did, there's not enough books in the world to contain it.
So is that why they left a bunch of books out of the Bible?
There weren't books left out of the Bible that were divine revelation.
Well, there was a lot of revelation going on in the book of Enoch.
Yeah, but I mean, we believe in tradition, so I don't have a problem saying that there's true tradition in the book of Enoch.
Book of Ezekiel.
Book of Ezekiel's in the Bible, bro. So nice try. Ilya. Unmute. Ilya, unmute, man. What do you want? What's up?
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
So I'm Orthodox Christian, but I have a couple of questions about Gnosticism.
Okay.
If that's all right.
Sure.
So a couple of verses in the Old Testament that Gnostics bring up, like Genesis 3, chapter 3, verse 9. The Lord God called Adam, "Why are you hiding?" Why did he have to ask? Why didn't he know?
The purpose was not because God lacked knowledge. The purpose was illustrative to expose to Adam what he was doing. So it's a rhetorical question. It's not because God lacked knowledge. You know. Moving on, bro. What's up, man? You've been hitting the damn button for like 2 hours. What's up, dude? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry about earlier. I was outside. Can you hear me well now?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I was just, saying that Libertarianism is just fallacious, but I guess that's not the topic here, so...
I can't hear what are you saying, man? I can't understand what you're saying.
Wait, can you give me a second? Just a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me better now?
Much better. Go ahead.
Okay, that's nice. Earlier when I joined 3 hours ago, I was just saying that libertarianism is just goofy and fallacious because it's assumes that the state is inherently bad when that's not it's not an intrinsic quality of a state. You can have a functional state and a dysfunctional state, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's not something intrinsic to it. But
sure.
Anyway, I guess that's not the topic. So I wanted to talk about Roman Catholicism. So I guess I could be I could play the Pope's advocate here. I could be I've heard your refutations of Roman Catholicism, and really Vatican I and Vatican II seem to contradict and destroy the whole system. But what about trads? I haven't seen you talk much about trad Catholics, like the SSPX and the people who reject Vatican II. But
I've talked a lot, bro. I've talked a lot about it, man. We multiple times in tonight's discussion we've referenced the Setevacantist stuff. So you can go watch my lecture on Setevacantism. if you pay attention to the Vatican I and Vatican II contradiction talks, I actually lay out how it applies to the SSPX as well. Vatican I refutes the SSPX. Vatican I says you have to follow papal teaching. Papal teaching affirms Vatican II. Vatican II contradicts the pre-Vatican II teachings about things like church and state, ecumenism, etc. So you can. I don't want to do a hypothetical debate with you about Roman Catholicism, because you could go check those things out. But I do have a little bit more gas in the tank if anybody wants to pop on. We got some super chats here. Rika, $5. Great work, Jay. Thank you for opening my eyes to Orthodoxy. Thank you. Glad to hear that. JCB009, $10. Do you know of a good documentary for Orthodox introduction to people who have no idea? Yeah, watch the Icon documentary. It's a 7-part, 3-hour Icon documentary. It's probably the best. We did that one. Pope Piss Fart Pants Part X, $50. Thank you for that $50. That was a weird name, bro, but funny. The movie Daryl. Yeah, I've done. No, I haven't done Daryl. We talked about Daryl. It's an interesting. It's sort of like the '80s version of AI. You know, Spielberg's AI. But yeah, I grew up watching Daryl. We had a good idea. We're gonna do Jake Gyllenhaal, like the esoteric Gyllenhaal. So that will be Prisoners, Enemy, Donnie Darko Revisited. Haven't watched Donnie Darko in like 10 years. That was one of the first analyses I ever did. Was my terrible Donnie Darko video where I was not good at talking to a camera and I was just weird. But that'll be fun to revisit. Nightcrawler. I think that's it. I gave that stupid Alien movie a chance and it was terrible. We might just mention it to make fun of it. But it was no good. It was really stupid. It was literally just a ripoff of Alien. Ridley Scott Alien. This movie with Donnie Darko over here. So basically, they go into space, which is fake and gay as usual. We have no idea. Like, why are we even there? What's the point? Oh, we're gonna look for alien life. Oh, we find it. It looks like sperm with hair. It turns into a jellyfish, which turns into an octopus. And it does all the exact same stuff that the alien in Aliens does. And Jake Gyllenhaal dies to save us. But it actually, he messed up, and it's the wrong pod, and the alien pod actually came back to Earth. Spoiled it for you. But I spoiled it because it was no good. So that will not be included, except to make fun of it in our Jake Gyllenhaal esoteric extravaganza. We also did we were supposed to do a Vegas podcast before the Vegas event, but we didn't get to it. What's up?
Hey Jay, so have two questions here relating to Catholicism. So number one, could you go on a little rant of like the first maybe few things that come to your mind when it comes to Rome conceding the Orthodox position? Because I know that there's like quite a few examples lately, right?
I did a whole podcast on that. So the New Papal Document Contradictions podcast covers that, because that document reaffirms the Chieti document and the Alexandria document and a bunch of other things.
Okay, I'll listen to that.
So it's called New Papal Document Contradictions. This one right here.
All right, I'll make sure to listen to that. And then the other one I had was the Catholic argument that Orthodox are Donatists for not recognizing their sacraments.
Yeah, that's not Donatism. So I once too misunderstood and thought that was the Donatist position. So Donatism is a position that related to whether or not the righteousness of the minister was the causal factor in sacramental grace. So, for example, if a priest had a dirty thought when he's baptizing you, if you're a Donatist, too bad, you didn't get baptized. And so Augustine's argument against that was this would really put into doubt all the sacraments. That is not the same thing as the issue of saying that heretics do not have the grace of the sacrament. Because if you're a heretic, you have surrendered the faith, and therefore you no longer possess the power of the sacrament that is only had inside the church. So that's not Donatism. That's why when you read, for example, Athanasius, when he talks about those who eat the feast of the Eucharist outside of the church, he says it's a curse and they don't get anything from it. Is he a Donatist? No, it's not a Donatist. There's a difference between these positions. So the Orthodox position is not Donatist, but it's also not as ridiculous as to accept the Roman Catholic idea that Muslims and pagans and atheists can baptize you, which is their position.
Right. And then one more thing is, like, I hear Catholics make the argument all the time about how you can't solve problems without the Pope, and the Pope's the one that makes all decisions. But I feel like as I read through the ecumenical councils, we definitely don't see the Pope being the one to be like, oh, okay, this is actually the decision that we're making. But at the same time, it's not always a majority, right? So,
right.
Could you maybe explain that process?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, like, we're not Democrats. We're not going to say that the majority makes it true. I mean, there's plenty of times when the minority was correct, like the Arian crisis or the iconoclast crisis.
Right, yeah, and I've heard that, like, that the church doesn't necessarily make things true, but they recognize the truth, right? And that's part of the whole church. I think you've made the argument before.
Yeah, reception, universal reception is also part of it, and that doesn't happen, like, right away. It might take a while before, over time. For example, the church, the Orthodox Church throughout the entire world accepts the Palamite synods. So it might not have been accepted right at the time of the 1300s, but, in the next couple centuries, the entire Orthodox world has accepted those.
I see. Yeah, and
there's just there is no silver bullet for any position that tells you necessarily the true counsel. Even the Roman Catholics don't provide this, which ironically you would think that if any position could, it'd be their position, but it doesn't. It doesn't work.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Guys, I want to remind you that we have a show sponsor, which is Chalk.com. If you head on over to Chalk.com, CHOQ.com, the link is in the show description, you will get access to... we got somebody else coming. We'll go to you, Dez, just in 1 second. You'll get access to the promo code, use the promo code J44Life, that's JAY44LIFE, and you get 44% off that subscription. You can cancel at any time, but you will get access to the best in supplementation available out there. Really awesome red pill based company, Chalk.com, CHOQ.com. The link is in the show description, and they will provide you with 7 Wonders, Ashwagandha, Tonkat Ali, you name it, they've got it. They're the best supplements. It really helped me on that long trip that we took. Rolf, $5. Rolf Stakes. Are you going to do a stream on that goofy militant guy that Orthodoxy's made up? I mean, that's just such a low tier. It's not even worth replying to him. When we reply to these people who are living in the LARPer role-playing game world of thinking that they're a medieval scholastic in some scriptorium, it just feeds into the delusion as if that Roman system even cares what Thomists think. I mean, they've moved past Thomism 70, 80 years ago. So they're living, they can live their Skittles LARP world. Lath, $5. Quran 3:5:5 and 61:4 show that Trinitarian Christians were the original followers, and they will remain until the day of judgment. And Allah prevailed over the other ones. Let's see what 3:5:5 is. Remember, says Allah, "O Jesus, I will take." Remember when Allah said, "O Jesus, I will take you and raise you to myself. I will deliver you from the disbelievers and elevate your followers above all the others until the day of judgment. Then unto me you will all return, and I will settle your disputes." Kind of ridiculous. I mean, this whole book is just a massive contradictions. I mean, this whole thing is silly. And 61:4. Thank you for that, Lath. Surely Allah loves those who fight in his cause in solid ranks as if they were one concrete structure. Remember, O Prophet, when Moses said, "O my people, I am Allah's messenger. Allah does not guide the rebellious." Remember when Jesus, son of Mary, said, "Children of Israel, I am Allah's messenger to you. I confirm the Torah which came before." Yeah, this is the one, 61:6, I think is what you meant. Anonymous, $5. Did you see Cardinal Zen talk about Lofton's little man beard? Yeah, we covered it last night. D's nuts. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Jay? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for taking me. I'm an Orthodox Christian. I've been asked by Protestants when I have conversations about apostolic succession and how do we know we have apostolic succession, that unbroken chain. Just real quick, I wanted to know, where can I read more about that, or can you explain to me how do we know this?
Well, we are trusting the testimony and tradition of the church, that the church has maintained that. So there's not going to be like some magical way to know other than trusting the tradition of the church. So I wouldn't say that like apostolic succession is some key thing that we use to say, like, apostolic succession itself isn't going to refute Protestantism. I would argue that it's part of our theology and it makes sense with our view of church tradition and how we get the Bible. But I don't think that just saying, well, we have apostolic succession, therefore Protestantism is false, is really going to be that effective or useful, because, as you said, Protestant will just say, well, maybe the evil bishops have just lied and said this or something. That's why I think it's more effective, rather than debating these historical claims, to go to the text that the Protestants themselves already accept and show from Timothy, which is pulling from Numbers 11, that the laying on of hands is the transferring of the Holy Spirit, just like in Numbers 11, and that's the model that Paul's following for the new Israel to pass on the gift of the Holy Spirit. And when we look at that passage in Timothy, Paul says, do not do it hastily, because the laying on of hands transfers the gift of the Holy Spirit. And to my knowledge, there's not any Protestant group that believes that the laying on of hands transfers the Holy Spirit.
Makes sense. Just one real quick follow-up, Jay. As far as the Eucharist goes, we would say as Orthodox that the Protestant Eucharist isn't a legit Eucharist because they don't have apostolic succession. Is that a correct statement?
I mean, yes, part of it is that you're missing that fundamental element of the Melchizedekian priesthood, which is necessary to have that bread and wine feast. But also, Protestants themselves, 99% of the time, don't even believe in the real presence. So I mean, you could maybe find some, Lutheran or maybe a high church Anglican who believes in some kind of presence, or of the Lutheran real presence, but outside of that, like, they don't even believe it anyway.
I see. Hey, Jay, I appreciate everything you do. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Good questions. Let's see, we got a couple more super chats. Anonymous, yeah, no way he did that. Rex, $10. Holler at me one more time, Top J. Well, let's not do the Gnostic stuff. Let's try to keep to the. I'm not trying to be mean, but I would say if I was you, I would read something like Basil's Hexameron, or which is not that long, or maybe God, History, Dialectic, Volume 1, because of the critique of the ideas of eternal emanation and creation. Big Goon 731. This is for the Roman Catholics. Lath $1. Sorry, Jay, I meant Quran 61:14. Okay, let's see what 14 is. O believers, stand up for Allah, as Jesus, son of Mary, asked the disciples, who will stand with me for Allah? The disciples said, we will stand for Allah. Then a group of the children of Israel believed, while the others disbelieved. This is ironic. This is like what's happening in the book of Acts, right? So, I mean, the upper room and then the book of Acts. We then supported these believers against their enemies, and so they prevailed. Okay, so the early Christian church prevailed all other Quran. Wow, that's pretty wild. What a ridiculous religion. I mean, Muslims, you got to understand how much of a bunch of contradiction and nonsense. This is so crazy. I didn't even seen that one. That was interesting. All right. Well, I don't see anybody. Oh, so we got somebody else. I don't know. I'm a little worn down. I don't know if I can do another one. Did we get another super chat? Let me see. Appreciate that, Lath. Appreciate that, everybody else. I'm pretty worn down. I don't think I can do any more. We did another 5 hours. It was a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much. Let's see, we got another super chat. Shutched 89. Do a Zakir Naik impression. I've only heard that one debate clip with him and Shamoon. I don't remember what he sounds like. I apologize. What do you mean 4 hours? It's 5 hours, dude. We're at 4:45. I'll take this last one if it's relevant. What's up, Saidi Komol?
Hello, what's going on?
Hey. What's up?
Yeah, I was just here. I just heard you were saying that some religion about this Islam is like a ridiculous religion.
Uh-huh.
Islam is the only religion that recognizes that the miracle birth of Jesus, and then Mary gave him birth without any.
No, it's not the only religion, because Christianity is a religion that recognizes that.
That's the only religion, actually. Jews doesn't believe that. You know that?
I do know that. So Islam is the only religion that recognizes the miracles of Jesus?
Not only recognize the miracle of Jesus, recognize the miracle birth of the Jesus, and recognize he's a Messiah, and he came from God. That's what Muslims believe.
And so Christianity doesn't believe that Christianity doesn't recognize him as the Messiah.
No. Christianity. What I'm saying is, except Christianity, Islam is the only religion that aligns with Christian values, but they don't call it as a God. But any other religion does not say Jesus is
but that's not it's not enough to say Jesus is a prophet. You have to believe in him as the Son of God. That's the point.
Okay, so why you don't make any fun of any other religions which doesn't even recognize that Jesus is nowhere even not from a God?
I've never made fun. I've never debated any other religions. Correct. Yeah, I've been here for 20 years debating, and I've never debated another religion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like bigotry towards a specific religion.
I'm being facetious. You can't tell that. How is it bigotry? We debate everybody. What are you talking about?
No, it's okay. It's your opinion. You feel free to express your how
It's not an opinion. It's a fact that I've debated all kinds of religions. I don't just debate Muslims. What are you talking about?
Okay. So another question to you is, the Bible that you have it right now does not align with what Jesus preached to Galileo. So
okay.
Jesus did not.
What Jesus preached to Galileo? Okay. Mm-hmm. That's what we get with Islam. The Bible that we have does not align with what Jesus preached to Galileo. Okay. We'll end on that note. That was wild.